So thank you so much, Dragan, that you are with us. And I give my word to Elena to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Professor Dragan Ilic, and we'll wait you at the next conference in 2024.
I'm looking forward to that.
Thank you. Now,
Thank you very much.
I think it's prepared. I see now Professor Jovan Ivkovic, Professor Jelena Liza Ivkovic. They are preparing a paper, a lecture for us about AI, NLP, GPT models, challenges and perspectives in business decision realms. Professor Jovan Ivkovic is also from the Information Technology School ITC Belgrade, Serbia, a well-known institution and organizer and co-organizer of this conference. And we thank you for being here. Professor Ivkovic, when you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Greetings to all. I hope that I don't have technical issues. I switched to my personal laptop. The office on camera wasn't working. Another issue is we are a little bit late. Happily, I have a time. You have a 1 hour your East European zone, yeah. So I have a time to get on time to my lectures afternoon. About our work, let me put my presentation. Okay. Do you see it? I hope that you see.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'll let it play. Challenges and perspectives in businesses. Our main idea was, this is a series of our research based on artificial intelligence in general use, and this is this is a natural progression. We represent a natural progression ongoing investigation into potentials and challenges associated with the application of artificial intelligence, deep learning neural network, natural language processing models that use generative pre-trained transformer-based models for decision support. Foundation for this work was one previous work that I mentioned here, and it's also mentioned in references. The study also reaffirmed the robustness of AI models and structured environment, but also ventured into exploring their limitations when confronted with unstructured and non-pre-trained scenarios inherent in real-world business decision-making. Through that analysis, the paper should shed light in the intrinsic and potential shortcomings of deploying artificial intelligence models in such a dynamic and complex decision-making context. I will skip some. I have something like 20 pages of this presentation. I have only 10 minutes. Yeah. And
it's okay, Professor.
I skip to the important part. You have one big. I hope you won't mind. I send you a paper on 10 pages. I cannot shorten it more.
No, it's okay. It's okay, Professor.
It was something like 13 and without some pictures, and after that I cut those pictures, and that's about 10. We are now in an era when artificial intelligence is making big progress in every pore of our life. And interestingly, the main idea is to put it in all situations that you have a presentation, I talk over it, you can read it, that you can, get rid of the jobs and tasks that are predictable in a certain manner. So we say all those repeated organized tasks, normal that has a standardized way to do can be done with artificial intelligence. And that's not only the issue with creative tasks, it's also the issue with everyday working positions and tasks that can be done. And we explore that in the paper, and in this section we represent the emergence of artificial intelligence and its in some novel thinking about how it is possible if main idea about financing development of artificial intelligence was that to produce a solution that will automatize certain levels of jobs that was prior to this industrial revolution 5 in a row. You after manual work, you to automatize intellectual work. We thought about it and decide something that is in line with your sustainability issue on conferences. That there is a very big gap between 1% of population that produced and consume energy, material, resources, and everything else, like something about 5 or 6 billion other peoples on this planet. So, I don't say that we need to make some revolution because they finance this development of artificial intelligence and they see us all as a redundant. And I think another way. Let's see. Okay, we can for sure we can automatize the usual businesses and practices that in everyday they work. Suppose that about 70 to 90% of everyday work can be somehow delegate to some kind of intelligent, I shouldn't say algorithm, because it's repetitive in character and organized in a manner that is structured. But what about decision making? What about the level that make most errors because it's not based on evidence, and it's usually the case that evidence and so-called evidence-based policy making cannot be achieved all time in every way because you don't have a wide range of information, and not all about your company, but about your company environment, trends and stuff like that, and the horizon of strategic decision making and decision making on the big level is usually more prone to, shall I say, intuition than the evidence. So they on evidence-based making. So the artificial intelligence can help in that manner. So I don't say that you will have only an owner and one manager and all others will be executives. I said that we discussed that in our paper and find out that this pre-trained model, okay, I'll switch to another, can be altered, so they say, from the ontological point of view. We can make a system that will not only learn how to speak to us and solve repetitive challenges, but also can learn about our business practices and information based on our way of life. I will skip some of the introductional photos that I put. I don't know what level of knowledge you have about neural network models, pre-trained transformers and stuff like that with GPT. I know that people usually use them. And what we propose in our concept, not only to put the transformer GTP and other models, not natural language transformer models, to improve, like Google, Palm, BARTS, and all others. But GPT is well known, the best and most known, to improve data analytics in trend prediction and personalized recommendations in stuff like that. Because we have a whole branch of support for that, like business analysts and data science. But when we integrate models in existing information systems on the company level, like some ERP systems, so nowadays we call it enterprise systems, and we use those data to effectively train and analyze the situation, we can optimize all our perspective in our business everyday life. Okay, that's it. But if we use a pre-trained model on those data and the external sources, including pre-training those whole model on GPT-4 model, everything that he said available on it, we can have a very good clue what decision should we make, because we have statistically analyzed several situations that not only happen in our company, but in history, in various different situations and stuff like that. And that's another stuff. Another important factor that we also analyze is that if we put in that kind of knowledge in artificial intelligence book, so shall I say copilot and or AI assistant for this making, we must be assured that those systems can see and can act accordingly to the level of corporation rights that it has. It is deputy of general director. Okay, he has all the need information and on all sides of the or our business and cooperative engagements and praxis and stuff like that. But if you have a middle or lower level management system, those iBots can be trained together with higher level, but cannot be put in the same position. That's the stuff that was already well known and established as some as maybe you know as ISO International Standard Organization 2700 proposals and standards for security of information systems. That says that every role has systematic restrictions, and those are against in context of the functions, access rights, and domain of use, as well as competencies they shall have. They have a possibility, as any human being can be intellectual and can be manual worker. That's a problem. We have all the potential, but who is trained for what? The same thing must be done with artificial intelligence and must be segregated in the levels so that they don't change policies for us. iSystems and ISO systems and co-pilots are trained the same way, depending on the role assigned before and during training or after accessing data sources. They are limited according to rights and business now future they support. Choosing the appropriate model depends on the goals, and we have some proposals where to put and where to train those models. The source of information that we will use for train those models will be the same for all. But regarding on the role, they will have another level in strategic level of thinking, decision making, that is enable them some of those features or disable them to see anything more than they need to know. And that's a hierarchical copilot system. And based on the architecture, that's a part of decision support system that will, based on the new concept of artificial intelligence models that expect that you have multiple instances that are trained for specific knowledges, for specific expert level knowledges. So that you, depending on what you are using and what kind of decision making you need, that system will be heterogeneous. So you will have artificial intelligence for natural language. You will have other models, and depending on data, that will be external, internal, cloud-based, or source without industry cooperation groups. You will decide to generate the output that will represent a best solution for that kind of system. Another thing is application that we already have. During this year, everything changed rapidly. In few months, at the beginning of the year, I know only about solutions like automatic robot for SAP, and that was introduced late last year, and newly developed Microsoft Dynamics 365 Copilot. That was the part of their joint venture with OpenAI organization. And in meantime, there was plenty new solutions that was developed, but they are all based on the same principles: the process automatization in everyday business and everyday work. And now we have some work that was so I was not only that find out same thing, some other that was not in last month is published. It was not peer reviewed by now, but I can say that I absolutely agree with them, because I can confirm that's our findings. Some other tests that I conducted is that there is a challenge based on current GPT and other NPL models. Almost all perceptron-based neural networks that have the same intrinsic characteristic that was 70 years old. And the thing is that we put only the more power and more computing power, so that's electrical power, with that to produce model that is larger and larger. In everyday use, we can still use a GPT-2 model and train on some, personal hardware. But when you have a situation that you have more than 10 million parameters for training of data, you will end up with a high-end, very expensive data center. So, for example, for a GPT-4 model, well, it's well known that it has something like 1.7 trillion parameters, and for 1 trillion parameters, you need exactly, based on the latest NVIDIA GPU for machine learning applications, processors, something like 1 gigawatt hours for every hour of training. So that was not sustainable at all. You cannot have a mini, shall I say, I don't know how you call in Romania, geared up hydroelectrical plant. Just work for your company so that you can train your model on it. Another solution is, and one or other thing that I'm showing you now is that flow in the model is that if it would train to know things that it has experience on. It is in contextual data that it's sometimes have something like a situation that it need to resolve. This is a measure of medium square arrow on the epsilon axis. And you can see that you have a situation that you need at least 5 to 10 context data points in the same manner, category, and solutions and stuff like that. that you can guarantee that it is more than 50%, more than 50% accurate in its prediction. So, if you had a business solution that is inherently chaotic on the market and stuff like that, you cannot absolutely rely on any current transformer on the GPT model for it. If it's not trained, if it's not have experience, a similar decision that is previously made and a result of that decision, if it has experience, excellent. There will be eventually no error. After 20 or something, if you see 20, 30 points in the same manner and same situation, it's almost 90 something reliable, more than the people. And conclusions can be the new transformer and RE situations are not yet to demonstrate their capabilities and get recognition through everyday operation used in various business domains. Crucial step is establish a trust among management structures of reliability and applicability of the technology. Consequently, it will be prepared for much more significant important tasks such as competitive company management, employee supports the decision-making process, strategic decision. Chaotic nature and circumstances where business decisions unfold often rely on shared intuition, suggest that those models are not yet equipped to replace the announced and ad hoc decision that makers face. The complex and decision making in predictable scenarios where every element is not statistically represented or predetermined, required a leap beyond the existing model. This evolution toward what's the next thing? The next thing will be the neuromorphic neural network concepts that create chaotic domain evolution indicate to using of spiking neural network. What about that spiking neural network? That's a pure biological concept that our and every species brain use. That's a spike of patterns. That's not a binary perceptron neural network neuron model that was introduced in 1950s and so I say 60s. Used a lot in the first neural network concepts that is used today, but in very large scales. This concept, we analyzed that and said something like about that, because this concept also recognized that every neuron is an intelligent, shall I say, intelligent creature, intelligent agent that has a pattern memory, has a pattern recognition and pattern production, and not only the index-based multiplier of weight indexes. The current model, despite 2 trillion parameters, I told you about that already, cannot be absolutely reliable for decisions that was creative in that nature, chaotic. Despite the involvement of landscape by artificial intelligence in every aspect, we expect a $1 trillion mark in investment by the end of this decade. So all the solutions and all the stuff that will be made will be proposed. I expect if any bust and boom won't come along, it will be about trillion. All the projections says that. And what's to say? This is we explore that challenges and limitations in the current solutions, and this is all just a beginning. I shouldn't have to say beginning. It's just a part of saga or journey that artificial intelligence have to make to be eventually solution that will that can help us all, not only a small group of decision making. I will switch to another presentation, so that I hope that you have a
Thank you, Professor.
One moment. Okay, in the work we explained something about transformers, and I skipped it in presentation and said something like about those solutions, and that's it about work. I am open for your questions. Sorry, I didn't realize that I need to send some long CV or resume about me. I send you a few words. It's okay. You can find me on
I know, Professor, but you can say about yourself now a few words
Okay.
if you want to.
Okay, I saw that people. I'm just 7 years in academic, so they say is educational sector. Previous 20 something years I spent in the corporation sphere. I work in various IT companies and long time spent in insurance industry. After that, I worked for World Bank on several, so I say several, not one, two, several projects in the Republic of Serbia, and eventually when has positions to lead some IT project on World Bank project, and so after that project for European Bank of the Reconstruction and Development. After that, I finished my after magister studies, I finished my doctoral thesis about.
A lot of work, Professor. A lot of work. Congratulations.
Yeah, that was 7 years ago. And I finished all my University of Novi Sad, but that's it. You can find me on LinkedIn.
Yes, Professor, please, we have a book of abstracts like 2 editions before, and I want to ask you to send me a short bio of yours, a complete short bio, and for your wife, I suppose, Professor Helena, same thing. I have here that you, Professor, have a doctoral degree in IT science, and you are teaching now like a professor at ITC Information Technology School in Belgrade, Serbia. The disciplines you are specialized in are information systems, edge computing, cloud computing, parallel and distributing computing, Internet of Things, big data analytics, artificial intelligence, neuromarketing computing, cognitive computing, and so on.
I spent for 40 years. Problem is that the shortest version is about six pages.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a programming. Yeah, I spent for 9 years, and now it is 40 years exactly. 1943, I start my journey. 83.
Wow.
83. Yeah. The interesting part is the last one about teaching experience. That's only the last. Okay, I will send you this, but you can shorten it if you find something interesting. Okay, thank you. Any question? I'll open for it.
Yes, I think that Professor George Lazario wants to put a question.
Thank you very much,
George.
Thank you very much, Professor Ipovic, for your complex presentation. I have a question. If you think that additional machine and deep learning algorithms can be used in your research as some sort of robustness checks?
For robustness checks, yes. Why? I suppose that it was already a known pattern of those checks in everyday work. And am I on the right side? Anything that we have experience with can be recreated through today's algorithm, and that's the fact. The only thing that I say artificial intelligence as that it knows, it's it's based on some kind of heuristic. So heuristic is experience. Experience is the data points that is in some point of time he passed through. So statistically, every point that he make on every neural network that has a weight need to pass through so that he can learn something about it. And that's the issue. When you don't have it's a transformer model is a backpropagation model, and that's how all we know is that it's learned, and we have a backpropagation. Say, okay, that was right. You learn it well, and he learned it, and that he has reward index for it, and it put some reward index on every measure, on every branch of his neural network. Shall I say dendrites? What that mean? That means that when you and I think about something new, we chaotically create some, what it will be. Okay, put some new insight in it. Or for example, for the decision making. Okay, let's try and see what. Artificial intelligence in this way won't try if it don't say it try something like we cannot expect it to be precise. That's the point. Point is that it needs regarding a model, it needs several occasions that were similar, the same, and stuff like that in various times and stuff that it's learned. But if your ask was regarding the stuff that was already, shall I say, nominalized, yeah? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, I thought that maybe integrating some sort of digital twin-based simulation modeling algorithm might help in diversifying your options of robustness checks. This is why I mentioned perhaps additional deep and machine learning algorithms that might be used.
Yes, but if you have something to, the main issue is a training set of data. If you have training set of data that you have for anything, I will generalize for anything. If you have a training set for anything that you plan to use, that will put those 5 to 10 points in every aspect that you will eventually come across to ask artificial intelligence to do or to answer to it, I will guarantee that it's more precise than the people's, shall I say, intuition about it.
Thank you very much for your...
Very general, I can generalize more. So that, for example, I don't know what you're asking because suppose that it's something about economy and the business. I'm not.
Yes, my question was if you think that by using some sort of digital twin-based simulation modeling algorithms, you can create some sort of synthetic data.
Synthetic data. I will use another algorithm for that. I will use a chaotic algorithm. I proposed it in my work. That's a field for shall I say, spike neural network models that has a Lorentz chaotic attractor in it that propose in every solution that put some, people's we as a people have that doubt. Shall I say doubt, decision doubt about it. It's not mechanical in the way that all the Turing starting for the Turing machine to the date that are all binary fixed. It's so true or false and nothing else. That was always variations. That Lorentz attractor is stuff like in every turn you will have a slightly variation. That's true, but maybe something like that. In every cycle of neural network decision, it has some doubt in it. So be more prone to creative thinking, shall I say, creative, with the, to create something new, to try something out of the box. Current solution won't do anything out of the box, anything beyond the training set. I guarantee I know that will be beginning, but I don't have a deep insight from the people that work. Like, for example, I have a reference to a work from people from DeepMind, Google. So I say, and I says something that in Serbia, people won't be believing me. When I find the same that confirm my findings, I put in. They said not peer review. I said it's okay. We'll be peer review. If they need, I will review it.
And what about some bio-inspired algorithms?
Yep, that's bio-inspired algorithms. Why? Why bio-inspired algorithms? Well, I know some property of general artificial intelligence, stuff like that. I still see intelligence as a solution, as a tool, and as a new tool, and as a fire for the new civilization, as a wheel for the new, shall I say, fire and wheel for new civilization. So for the sustainable solution, if you ask, I will joke with my students about, if you ask artificial intelligence, they will tell you anything the same as any intelligent people. Do you need what to do to save the planet? If you have 5 billion people that eat little, spend little, pollute little, and 1% that pollute all, get rid of the 1%. That's the same as Odyssey in the space to 1969. Yeah, no, 2001. Yeah, the same solution. If we let artificial intelligence to decide.
Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for being with us. And I wait from you those bios. And now I invite, keynote speaker, Professor Vanja Stankovic from the same institution, Information Technology School, ITC Belgrade, Serbia, with a paper entitled Sustainability Marketing Practices Designed for Sustainability.
Hello.
Hi.
I would like to try to share.
Yes.
I have a problem here because
next to the smiley face.
Yes, I already tapped there and
share all your screen.
Yes.
And after that, Daniel, please help assist her.
Can you help me, please?
Yes, of course. So exactly in the middle of the screen,
yes,
in the lower part below, you have some buttons. One of them has an arrow that is pointing up.
Yes.
You press that button.
Yes.
So you press that button. After this, it asks you to share a window or the entire screen. If you already have opened your file in the Windows bar, I mean the PPT file,
yes,
select window and you will see the window corresponding to your file, and just select it and press the button share.
Just a second. Share.
Yeah.
No, just airdrop mail messages notes.
You have to open the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, I'm open it.
Open it. Put it in the Windows bar.
In just a second.
I mean, just minimize it.
Yeah.
Lower it.
Okay.
Make it low.
I think, is it okay now?
No.
No. Okay.
No. And repeat again the procedure after you have opened the PPT file.
Yes.
Repeat the procedure again with the sharing. I mean, give cancel and make again the below button with the arrow pointing up. Go to window, and now you should see.
Yes. Great.
I'm very sorry because of this.
Yes.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
You can.
Thank you. I'm very sorry for this
no problem.
inconvenience. I have to be very brief because I have lecture soon. So I will talk about design for sustainability. And in introduction section, I will talk about, first of all, I would like to thank you, Madam Professor Gurgu, for this opportunity to talk among all the
It's our pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, professors and researchers. So to be back on presentation. Sustainable design practices objectives are human-oriented and also centered toward social, economic, and environmental well-being influenced by different design practices. And by considering ideation, analysis, validated data, and goals of the product design and transition design implemented in effective sustainability marketing practice, it is vital to consider contexts in which they are positioned. In product design is perceived as a criterion of design sustainability in terms of the product life cycle, social context, and contemporary user in this research. And the participatory role of design serves not only to elevate sustainable goals, but to protect the environment and to be supporting system while serving the human as well. So in order to adopt advanced design methods and product development, design research methodology, it is important to observe challenges driven by transition design according to Irvine, responsible design according to Hernandez, considering broader social aspect of solution option, product system service, and as well solution-oriented partnership as a standpoint of design for sustainability and innovative processes. So it is very important to analyze how design for sustainability affects the design practice and processes, and what will be the most efficient strategy or strategies in that process. Observing user-centered approach regarding beneficial role of design integrated with purpose of sustainable development by UNEP. And hypothesis is in relation to this approach, theoretical standpoint has been conducted considering user practices, social context, and product development, implementing consequential role of design for sustainability. As especially new ways of designing oriented towards sustainable futures, which correlates to UNEP comprehensive guide in the field of design for sustainability, considering product innovation and life cycle based efforts. And especially this agenda focuses to meet consumer needs through sustainability in a systematic way by analyzing sustainable product design. So by appropriating complexity of sustainability, it is crucial to integrate sustainable context into design practice and recognize the importance of responsibility, considering positive experience, identifying biosability, responsibility, and innovative design. Example I presented by Apple company introducing new iPhone 15, made considering environmental impact. This concept depicts transition toward durability potential by substituting aluminum by titanium, and regarding solution-oriented processes integrated in design presented in example of mill bin, the second example I present. So analysis of result and result models is conducted by identifying human, especially user problems and solving problems and needs, approaching them with solution option, product life cycle, social and design thinking, identifying problem in order to deliver design for vital sustainable solution based upon that. So I represent this model of transition and future design perspectives to correlate with sustainability, social contexts, responsible product, and user, and all the necessity steps it has to be taken by or considered. So results and discussion is considered by design for sustainability should provide and serve usability, product life cycle, and functional aspect. According to CVID, and consumer experience should be aligned with a specific context of innovation, experience-driven design, and sustained purpose. So else we continue to let the unsustainable be sustained, according to Tonquai's great explanation of all work. So considering responsible design, pragmatism, and sustainability practice, it is important to them to serve future product design and sustainable development goals, considering usability issues and creative work frame. Example 1, Apple iPhone 15, represent that design should contribute positive aspects of user receptiveness on usability potential and response on product. And sustainable design products should also represent wider social context, not only collaborative, but possibly by adopting PSS model or SO among others, to empower sustainable and responsible business models or attitudes toward a better future. And in order to present sustainable future goals, through joint creation by designer, user, and social background, especially considering environmental, social, cultural, ethnographic, ethnical understanding of responsible meaning, referring to ACD, human-centered design. But in second design example, design serves not only to elevate sustainable goals by protecting the environment and as supporting system, and above all, it serves human. And it is vital to develop and extend even more design and social practices that can help to adopt and collaborate in a future greater sustainable transition and transformation. Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you, Professor Vanya Stankovic. Please allow me to say a few words about yourself. Professor Vanya Stankovic gained many years of work experience in companies with a wide range of business activities. In 2005, she graduated from the Faculty of Applied Arts in Belgrade, majoring in applied sculpture. And at the same faculty, she obtained her master's degree in 2007, majoring in applied sculpture. In 2020, she got a PhD in interdisciplinary studies at the University of Arts in Belgrade, majoring in multimedia art on the topic of digital portable technology. She participated in numerous domestic and foreign exhibitions, as well as in conferences, as well as she wrote many articles. If you have something else to say about you?
No, a few books maybe, and but I will send you my brief biography. I'm sorry for that.
Thank you, Vanya. Thank you a lot for being here today. George, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Stankovic, for your delightful presentation. I have a question. If you had ever considered design virtualization in digital twin factories by use of extended reality technologies, for example?
Yes, but considering product design at the end of journey, it is vital to implement responsible and sustainable design at the end of the journey as well, that can be adopted in a human perception and to gain better transition towards sustainability and responsibility. Either way, it can be viral, it can be digital or physical, but at the end, that is the main target. and main goal.
My question was if you know that there are a lot of digital twin solutions. So before trying it physically or configuring it physically, a design can be first virtualized by using some sort of digital twin algorithms. And thus we can get the better version virtually, particularly in sustainable terms.
Yes.
Instead of trying physically to get the final outcome, we better virtualize it indefinitely until we receive the better virtual version of it and then put it into practice.
Yes.
Daniel,
yes. Sorry?
Excuse me? Okay. Please
no, especially if you apply design thinking and advanced design methods and thinking, especially when you program in and when you conceptualize your design and product, especially in that case, it is vital to appropriate those steps.
Thank you, Professor Vanya. Daniel, do you have something to add or to ask?
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation, Professor Vanya. It's a very, how to say, very nowadays topic. I want to ask you, which instrument do you think is the best to engage future customers in the process of design for I don't know, a product, any kind of product?
It is the solution option is one of them, and as well solution-oriented partnership. Because if you ask the customer more to be engaged in that responsible role and to create better product, I think that in the future sustainable goals and practices that involve design methodology, it is vital.
Because actually in marketing research, we are using a lot of qualitative marketing research in order to get deeper inside the so-called mind of the consumer. But I think also I saw in the last, I don't know, half a year, something like this, a tendency for some marketing research companies to use a lot of AI software in order to interpret big data about consumer behavior and grasping some elements that can be used in a future design of a product from this area, from behaviors, from answers that they give in time to different type of, also in quantitative research also, but they aggregate everything.
Yes,
they follow. So it is quite outstanding what the future has to to give
offer. yes, especially according to the if you consider usability, functionality as well. So our behavior.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vanya, for being with us today. I wait from you the short video.
Yes.
Yes. And now I invite the live keynote speaker, Professor Sabyasachi Raj from NIST Institute of Science and Technology, Bahrampur, Odisha, India, with the paper entitled Sustainable Marketing Practices, Brand Resonance and Sustainable Marketing, Impact and Implication. Professor Raj.
Thank you, Professor Luna. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gagan, Professor Judge. At the very outset, I thank Professor Elena for giving me this opportunity to present the paper.
It is our pleasure to have you here today, Professor Raj.
Thank you.
And have you for staying with us. Can you manage by yourself to present, or do you want to ask my colleague Daniel to help you?
I will do that. I will do that.
Okay.
It says you're not allowed. Can you just allow me?
Not. I think it's a problem with your computer, not with us, because we don't have to allow you anything, from what I
Okay,
know.
okay, okay, okay.
Daniel, please help Professor Rod.
Dear professor, you are entering from a laptop or
Yeah.
from a laptop.
From a laptop.
Okay.
Yes.
Because sometimes the smartphones are requiring the special permission from the user. So
True.
in the moment that you are clicking the button with the arrow up,
Yeah.
do you see the screen options for window and the entire screen?
Yeah, I am finding the Chrome tab, window, entire screen options. Yeah, I think I got it. I got it.
You should put the presentation.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
It's coming to life.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Great.
pleasure. No problem.
Uh, Let me start the presentation. The title is Brand Resonance and Sustainable Marketing Impact and Implications. Now, I will start with the
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
yeah. I think there's some issue.
You cannot see us, but we can see you. You just see your presentation, and that's all.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm not able to move it further. So
It's no problem, Professor. You can just read your presentation if you cannot play it.
okay, I'll do that. Yeah, now you can see the presentation.
Yes, yes, yes. We can see it.
Okay, okay. So I'm going to speak about subject on brand resonance and sustainable marketing, impact and implications. A kind of if you see the market today, there are a lot of choices available to the consumers, and because there is a lot of proliferation of choices, the consumer loyalty has become very fleeting. And because of the ultra competitive market landscape, the businesses are definitely facing or confronting a relentless challenge of not only attracting customers but also retaining the customers. Now, if you look at the traditional marketing scenario, we would usually any product started as a commodity, then moved to the stage of the product, then became a brand and trademark. And trademark was the ultimate goal the companies, the brands were aiming for. But today, a trademark is definitely not enough for any product or commodity. It has to become a love mark if a brand has to be successful. Now, if you look at the comparative comparison, how a brand becoming a trademark and then becoming a love mark, the comparison is very clear. It was earlier information, Now it is a relationship. Earlier it was if you are recognized by the consumers, you are successful as a brand. But it should be loved by people today. It was generic earlier, now it's personal. Earlier, the brand promotion was happening through a narrative. But today, you have to create a story around your brand if you want to really reach the customer's mind and heart. Quality was enough for the brand to be trusted and liked. Today, you must add a touch of sensuality to a brand. And there lies the difference. There lies the challenge. So it was symbolic earlier, it was iconic today. A brand has to be iconic, not symbolic alone. It was defined as a brand, as a product earlier. Now you should be infused into the thought process, the psyche of the customers, and the mind and heart. Earlier it was a statement, now it's a story. Earlier products were described by some attributes defined. Today, a product must create mystery for the buyer. That should be surprising element, of course, with a positive perspective, but it should be wrapped in mystery. And earlier it was values, now it's spirit. Earlier it was professional, a brand was called professional. Today, a brand needs to be passionately creative. And last but not least, the ad agencies were making or breaking a brand in the traditional marketing setup. Today, it is called the ideas company, a company of ideas. So that's the kind of transition, if you see, a kind of paradigm shift from a trademark based brand to a love mark based brand. Now, in this scenario, when there are a lot of challenges by the businesses and the customers have got plenty of choices, the only way forward for the companies to survive is to create brand resonance. So every brand is trying to hit the customers with hard messages, promotions, and countless offerings. This model emerges as a ray of hope for the businesses. Now, this model, which talks about how a customer feels for a particular business or brand and how a business can create that kind of relationship, that is being depicted through this model. If you look at the model here, the base you call the salience. This base creates the identity for the brand. Then next comes the meaning. So here the customer asks, what is for us? Now let me go to the next slide. If you see here, now if you look at the brand resilience, the first part of the brand salience, this is about the features of the brand. If you look at the second stage, you're talking about this here, the customer is asking two things here. The customer is looking at a rational point of view, looking at the customer's requirement, whether in terms of price, quality, affordability, the rational features, and the kind of image, logo, the emotion the brands create. So if there is a mismatch, probably the customer gets disconnected from the brand. And next comes the customer judgment and customer's feeling. So when you look at the brand performance and customer judgment, they are all interlinked. And the imagery and the customer feelings are interlinked the same way. So the brand here is being asked the question, what about you and me at the last stage? If there is a connect between you and me, then the resonance is built and the relationship is built. So that is how the model about brand resonance. So from the brand features, the brand has to move towards the customer resonance in order to be successful in today's competitive market scenario. Now, for that, definitely the sustainable marketing concept, where marketing is no more confined to selling alone. A marketing has to be enduring and sustainable. So the concept of green came to existence as slowly we discuss about sustainable marketing and the concerns, the global concern toward the harmful impact of the environment, sustainable development, with green concept and social responsibility was given more importance, and companies started developing innovative methods to market and to present the products. Now, if you look at few literatures, if you find Keller in 2009 talks about brand resonance, about the high, which is the highest value attached to the products and services because of its association with the particular brand. Now, in a similar vein, the study of Kilborn and others also mentioned about environmental conscious consumers respond to different features of the products promoted through green advertisements, where focus was on the recycle of the waste products, non-hazardous contents, and environment-friendly products or services. So it was established in the 95-98 studies. Then in the studies of Siegel with 2009 and 10 studies, providing environment-friendly product services to the consumers became a social responsibility where the CSR concepts emerged and which the CSR activities made the brands and businesses favorable with the customers and the market, which talked about green brand equity, green satisfaction, and green trust. Then another study also mentioned about how brand loyalty has been explored and measured in several studies with various antecedents and consequences. However, the loyalty in terms of the green brands still needs further investigation and with behavioral consequence. This is where thought of making a study, and the study is done as a preliminary study, the cotton razor. There are more to come. I am just sharing this study, which we did it with a very limited sample size, where the objective was to explore how higher level of green brand equity as green brand resonance is influenced by green marketing practices. And the second objective was to measure the impact of green brand resonance on the repeat purchase behavior. Because what we understood from the literatures and from the analysis today, that unless there is a repeat purchase, it is difficult to ascertain that people have or the brands have developed the brand resonance. So to measure that, the study was conducted and the hypotheses were made. There are two hypotheses we're talking about. The first hypothesis talking about the significant relationship between green marketing practice and green brand resonance in terms of green loyalty, attachment, community, and active engagement. And the second hypothesis was on there is significant relation between green brand resonance and repurchase intention. So these were the three aspects that were being subject to the study, and based on that there was a hypothesized model made here, presented here, where the impact of green marketing can be seen through the green purchase behavior with the intermediate effect of the green attachment, loyalty, engagement, and community. Now, the 350 students were taken as the study who were using two very popular brands in India, the Himalaya and the VLCC. And they were selected on the very pre-selected criteria. The structured questionnaire was circulated using the 5-point Likert scale, and the demographic information were included. The statistical analysis like EFA was used, and the purity of the scales and the reliability validity were also assessed. And for measuring the repurchase behavior, the Onion scale 91 scale was adopted, and the data was subjected to the analysis through SPSS, MOS, and EFA. Now, the analysis resulted various findings, which are tabulated here. I've detailed this in the paper, which I presented, will be sharing soon, and the table summarizes the findings like this. If you look at the summary findings, the first finding was the green marketing has a significant impact on green loyalty, attachment, community, and engagement. If you look at the beta value, then if you look at the green advertisement, it shows the highest impact on the green loyalty and green engagement, followed by green community and green attachment. So the highest impact of green advertisement was found significant. Green brand resonance has significant impact on repurchase behavior of the consumers. Then important finding was the green loyalty, green attachment, green community and green engagement have significant impact on the repurchase behavior of the respondent toward the green brand. So thus the hypothesis you are proven. Now this study, research study particularly implies first and foremost, if you look at the literatures and the past research works, this is among the few first of its kind which validate the concept of green brand resonance based on the notions of brand resonance in terms of green loyalty, green attachment, green community and engagement. So this is among the few studies that have been conducted. Second, the implication is green marketing concept must include green innovation in terms of use, technology, recycling and content. Now, it's not about only marketing, it is all about innovation. It's all about the technology used. It's about recycling and content. Now, this will create resonance among the conscious consumers and boost their repeat purchase behavior. That is the second implication. The third implication is definitely the study will generate positive competitive feeling among the companies and the positive competition in the market, where the main concern will be to provide such products and service brands that are qualitative, less priced and environment friendly and beneficial in real terms. These are the select references, of course, used. There are very lot of studies used for getting these presentations, getting this study. And let me tell you, this study is still under process and it is just a cut and paste study. And probably I will come out with more findings as we move ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Professor. Now, I think the person to ask a question. Please proceed, Georgia.
Thank you very much, Professor Rath, for your excellent presentation. I have a question. Have you ever considered analyzing the relationship between greenwashing practices and brand relevance or resonance, as you put it?
You're talking about the relationship between green marketing and the brand resonance?
Greenwashing practices.
Yes, that's a point. Of course, we will definitely include in the research studies further.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have also one question related to your presentation, your research, in its connection with greenwashing. So there are cases where companies practice this greenwashing and they are misleading. So even if there are increase in sales, that the misleading campaigns are still in place. And what is if you can give us some ideas about what is the relation between publicity and third-party recognition of a brand. I'm speaking about organic products, for example. If there is a certification body which it's proving that what you are doing is according to some standards, then it's not greenwashing. So I don't know if this research has been conducted.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm probably yet to find on greenwashing any study. Probably we'll have to explore on this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear Professor, I congratulate you also for your presentation. It's very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I want to ask you just something. Do you think that in case of brand engagement from a part of customers, it's important to actually to promote to them the consumption experience behind the products, not the product itself? I mean, with characteristics, physical characteristics, etc. Because we saw after 1980s a tendency in promotional campaigns regarding this issue. They try to inoculate for the consumer the idea that the consumer actually is long-term partner with the brand. And we all know also the book Love Brands. It was a very interesting book. So rising a bit the perception about the emotional implication between customer and branding, and values and the attributes that are behind the branding. But I was curious to see your opinion about this issue. Is it important to actually to emphasize the consuming experience, not some attributes of the product?
Absolutely right. Absolutely. If you look at the even I come from a sales background. We started the career by selling different products in the industry, and the very first day of the sales training program, we taught how to sell the benefits, not the product. And the FAB method of selling also highlights on this, that the very fundamental concept of the marketing is based on selling the benefits, and the benefits obviously is experiential. Then the customer can connect strongly with the product and services. That's absolutely necessary and absolutely fundamental in fact.
Yeah, it's an important thing to be pointed out. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Professor is a professor and dean of the College of Management and Lebanon House NIST Institute of Science and Technology, Berhampur, Odisha, India. Has over 50 publications and in national and international journals and other referred journals. He has presented more than 100 research papers in various conferences and co-authored and edited conference journals, books, and white papers. He is also the chief editor of the journal called Marketing Guru Business Media from India. Is that right, Professor?
Yes, true.
Do you want to add something more about yourself?
I have been working on a lot of TV programs for the national channel and other channels on personal branding and business communication programs, lateral thinking. So my area of interest is basically on creating a lot of digital content and research-based content and corporate training programs that I've been doing.
Thank you, Professor. Please send me an updated bio of yours, because I have one of 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, I will do that. I'll do that, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Thank you so do you want to ask any questions to Professor Ra? No. If not, I think that Professor Chucks Gervais IU was in the morning with us. I think that he is not here anymore. Are you here, Professor Chucks? I wrote to Professor Chucks because I think that he is on a trip with Professor Wilfred going to Namibia. I sent a message to Professor Wilfred. I'm waiting for him to respond me. In the meantime, I will invite as a keynote professors, in fact, from Southwest University, Neofit Rilski, Blagoevgrad, from Bulgaria. Daniel, can you help me?
Yes, actually, I saw that earlier Miss Raina Dimitrova, the Dean of the Faculty of Economics from the Southwestern University, was with us, but I can't see her now. I was texting her. As regarding the others, they are still on the road. I mean, Miss Milena Filipova, they will actually reach the faculty headquarters of our faculty in a half an hour maximum, 20 minutes. So I invite Ani Yankova Stoikova. If Ani, you are with us.
Hello.
Hello, Ani.
Yeah.
Very
Hi.
nice to see you, and I thank you in the name of my colleagues and the name of the other
I
guests.
want to ask, should I start or to wait for Professor Dimitrova?
I think it's better to start because meantime I'm gonna corresponding with Miss Milena to see if Miss Professor Dimitrova is ready. But it's okay for you to start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just give me 1 second. So do you see now?
Yes, it's okay.
Okay.
We can see.
Okay. So once again, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's an honor and privilege to be a part of the 7th International Conference on Accounting Sciences and Business Administration, and to have the opportunity to present our latest research. I am Ani Stoikova, and I am a Chief Assistant Professor, Doctor in the Faculty of Economics and the Southwest University, Neofit-Rilski, Volgograd, Bulgaria. My research interests span both capital markets and accounting, and today I am going to present you research titled The Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Value Relevance of Accounting Information in the Bulgarian Capital Market. The authors of this research include me, alongside Wakrioma Kuroiu, an associate professor, doctor in Faculty of Economics in Spiro Haret University in Bucharest, Romania. Cristian Uță, an university lecturer, doctor in Spiro Haret University, and Raluca Zorzoliu, also an associate professor, doctor in the Faculty of Economics in Spiro Haret University. The main research question is how the COVID-19 pandemic impacts the very relevance of accounting information in the Bulgarian capital market. The aim of this study is to investigate how the COVID-19 pandemic has influenced the very relevance of accounting information in Bulgaria. The dataset contains 5 accounting variables and the stock prices of 20 public Bulgarian companies. We used penal union truth tests and penal regression models. For the purposes of the empirical analysis, the EVUS 12 was used. This research provides practical implications for investors and financial analysts. The COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased uncertainty in the global economy and has led to heightened volatility in financial markets. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected not only stock prices and investors, but also the importance of financial statements, particularly the value relevance of accounting information. Value relevance can be defined as the ability of accounting information contained in the financial statement to explain firm value. Another definition is that value relevance is the ability to explain accounting information on stock prices. In our study, we conduct a literature review, and many studies have focused on examining the impact of accounting information on stock prices, and some of them investigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on value relevance. For example, Belisis et al. Analyzed the impact of COVID-19 on the value relevance of accounting information for companies listed on the stock exchanges of France, Germany, the Netherlands, Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom. They prove that in most NOS countries, earnings become less relevant compared to the increasing relevance of book value due to the COVID-19. Similarly, Apriwandi et al. Examined companies that listed their shares on the Indonesian stock exchange during the COVID-19 pandemic, and they conclude that accounting data is more valuable and dependable than financial data. As I mentioned before, we use 5 accounting and financial variables, and they are earnings per share, sales per share, stock value per share, net operating cash flow per share, and dividend per share as independent variables. These indicators were selected based on the previous scientific researches. The accounting information was selected from the individual annual financial statements of the NOS companies. The stock price is the dependent variable in our model, and Table 1 presents the abbreviations of all of the variables and the equations for each one of them. Table 2 shows the independent variables used in the regression equation as well as the expected size for each of them. So, we expected when the accounting variables increase, the stock prices also increase. Our sample includes 20 non-financial companies from various industries in Bulgaria that listed their shares on the Bulgarian Stock Exchange. We use panel data on annual basis. The examined period is from January 1st, 2018 until December 31st, 2021. And this period is divided into 2 separate sub-periods. And the first period is before COVID-19. It's period 1, and it covers the years 2018 and 2019. And period 2 is during COVID-19, and it covers the years 2020 and 2021. Panel regression models are applied for both sub-periods, and the comparison is made between the obtained results to determine the extent to which the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the value relevance of accounting information. So, we apply panel unit truth test to test our data for stationary and 3 panel regression models, in particularly put ordinal least squares, fixed effects panel regression, and random effects panel regression. To determine which of the 2 models, fixed effect or random effects, is more suitable, the Hussman test has been applied. And now I'm going to present you some of the results. The result of the panel unit truth test indicate that all the NOI's panel time series are stationary and the 0 order, so in level. The result of the Hussman test indicate that the fixed effect panel regression model is the most suitable for both period 1 and period 2. For both sub-periods, the panel model with fixed effects by firms has been applied, as this is the most appropriate model for the purposes of the present study. To assess the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic on the value relevance of accounting information, and comparative analysis has been performed. This analysis compares the result of panel regression with fixed effect for the pre-COVID-19 period to the result of panel regression with fixed effects for the post-COVID period. And this is are the results of the panel regression with fixed effect for period 1. They are shown on the table on the left, and the results from the panel regression with fixed effect model for period 2, and they are present on the right table. The coefficient of determination for period 1 indicates that almost 99.8% of the changes in the stock prices during the period before COVID-19 can be explained by changes in accounting variables. On the other hand, the coefficient of determination for period 2 shows that almost 99.81% of the variation in stock price can be explained by changes in accounting variables. Therefore, the explanatory power of both models for period 1 and period 2 is very high, suggesting that accounting information is very relevant. The results of the panel regression for period 1 indicate that the only one coefficient that is statistically significant at the 5% significance level is the dividend per share coefficient. On the other hand, 3 accounting variables are statistically significant for period 2. Sales per share is positive and statistically significant, with the sign of this coefficient matching its expected sign, and it is positive. This means that sales per share has an impact on the dynamics of stock price, and an increase in sales revenue will lead to the increase in stock prices in the period after the COVID-19 pandemic. Book value per share is positive and statistically significant in a 5% significant level. The sign of this coefficient is also positive and aligns with expectations. Therefore, the book value per share influences stock prices. The dividend per share is very relevant in both analyzed periods. There has been an increase in the influence of the dividend per share on stock price, as evidenced by the higher absolute value of this coefficient in period 2 compared to its value in period 1. The dividend per share has a different sign in the two sub-periods, with a positive sign in period 1 and a negative sign in period 2. It can be assumed that the uncertainty caused by COVID-19 leads to a stronger negative impact of dividend per share on stock prices. And here we present the equations of the panel regression models with fixed effect by firm. The first equation is for period 1, so this is the period before COVID-19, and the second equation is for period 2. And statistically significant coefficients for each individual variables are marked in bold. In summary, it can be stated that the COVID-19 pandemic increases the value relevance of accounting information in the Bulgarian stock exchange. In conclusion, we can claim that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a positive impact on the value relevance of accounting information in Bulgarian capital market. The period after COVID-19 is characterized by higher levels of value relevance. These results confirm the findings of other studies. Book value per share and sales per share gain value relevance, and these accounting variables influence stock prices after the spread of COVID-19. Dividend per share demonstrates increased value relevance in the period after COVID-19 compared to the period before the pandemic. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, accounting information remains a significant factor influencing stock prices, with some variables gaining increased value relevance in the post-COVID-19 period. And thank you. This is for me. Thank you so much for your attention. And I'm open to any questions or discussions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, I should invite our colleague George to put a question.
Thank you very much, Professor Stoikova, for your very detailed presentation. My question is whether you have considered using some sort of carbon accounting analysis for the COVID-19 pandemic period during the pandemic and after it, in terms of carbon accounting.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question or the last, because I didn't hear everything. Sorry.
No problem. My question was whether you had considered using some sort of carbon accounting analysis for the COVID-19 pandemic period and after it.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and I think, yes, I can use in our future research. Also, I want to add that I hope that we can add in this research also information about Romania capital markets and to compare the results from Bulgaria and Romania to see about this very relevance of accounting information.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Professor Brunella Epure.
So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Ani, for your comprehensive presentation. It's really a very interesting research that you have done with your team. Well, you already almost answered to my question, because my question was related. How about a comparative analysis on two markets? Because the indicator, I mean financial indicators, are almost the same. So let's see if the significant trends that you have already identified in stock market, Bulgarian stock market, are the similar trends also could be found in Romania. So maybe further research, as you already mentioned, could be relevant in this aspect. Well, it is very interesting what you have done, your work, I mean your work, teamwork. And I also would like to ask, how about the volatility of the market? I mean, people are, I mean, the share holders sometimes are reacting in an unpredictable way when an event, a huge event like pandemic, is impacting the stock market. Have you seen the fear or the rush for selling, or what you have? I mean, it is an additional question. Maybe it pays, it's worth it to be in your attention in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I think that it can be again our future theme of discussion or topic that we can investigate.
Dina, dear Annie, allow me to say a few words about yourself. I have a few words, a short view of yours. Professor Anna Stoichkova is a chief assistant professor in the Department of Finance and Accounting at the Southwest University Neofit Rilski, Blagoevgrad, Bulgaria. She conducts lectures in the fields of accounting, banking, and finance. Anna Stoichkova is a doctor of economics, majoring in finance, money circulation, credit, and insurance. She has been a member of the Faculty of Economics at Southwest University Neofit Rilski since 2013. Her research interests span both capital markets and accounting. Much of her work has been on analyzing the market efficiency of capital markets and investing the value relevance of accounting information. Also, Professor Anna Stoichkova has explored the relationship between sovereign credit risk and accounting information, the effect of the application of informational financing reporting standards, and the globalization effects on contagious risk in financial markets. She has authored more than 20 international peer-reviewed research papers. In addition, Anna Stoichkova has authored textbooks, monographs, and books. She has been a participant in more than 10 international scientific conferences, and her research has been cited more than 70 times. If you have something else to add, Professor Annie Yankova Stoichkova, please add.
No, this is enough. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you also for your participation. Daniel, please.
Just want to add that I'm really glad that it is the first time actually that such a big team from your university was collaborating with us. And I really hope that is a beginning of a long-term collaboration, because we got so many possible lines of research that we can develop together. As you have mentioned, it's a very interesting one to make a comparison between Romanian and Bulgarian markets. Regarding your research, it is very interesting, and from the point of view of the marketing strategies, we also see that the pandemic has a power of disruption, because it was making everything upside down in terms of consumption behavior, in terms of marketing communication channels, buying decision process, etc. So it doesn't surprise me that even from the accounting point of view, some indicators, some coefficients are showing us that things have been changing a lot. And if we talk about rational decisions from a part of companies, it's normal for them to try to get a bigger picture after the event of pandemic, because again, it was so huge macroeconomic, social, and political event that was changing the rules of the game from different aspects. Thank you again, Annie. I should invite with us Ms. Raina Dimitrova. Hello, Miss Dean. Can you open your microphone?
Sorry, I'm here.
I should introduce Ms. Raina Dimitrova. It's our pleasure, and we are honored to have you among us. She is the Dean of the Faculty of Economics from the Southeastern University. And if you are ready with your presentation, can I assist you with sharing with us the presentation?
Give me a second.
So in the lower part of the screen, okay, it's starting.
Is it okay now?
You have shared all the screen. You should maximize the file.
Okay. I think that's now I'm okay. Do you see?
Maybe you should try again, but sharing only the file with the presentation.
Yes.
Excuse me. I didn't hear well. Excuse me.
So maybe you should try again with the sharing and follow my instructions.
Okay.
So close the sharing. Stop presenting from. Yeah. Okay, like this. So press again the no. First of all, open the PPT file and minimize it in the Windows bar. Just to have it.
It's minimized now.
Perfect. Press the button with the arrow up.
Present now, this button.
The button with yes, okay. And in the upper part of this screen of this little window, you have the command with window. Press the word window.
Select window or screen, okay?
So window and go to the window that says that it is the file with the presentation. And after this, press share.
There is a question allow. Maybe I have to click here? No.
Yes.
Yes?
Okay. Perfect. And now make it full screen. I mean slideshow and.
Is it okay or not?
I think it's okay. Maybe.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The topic of our article is development and sustainability of specialized accounting software products. The evolution of accounting practices has been notably influenced by technological advancements, resulting in a paradigm shift from traditional manual methods to automated and sophisticated software solutions. The development of specialized accounting software products has become integral to modern accounting, providing unprecedented accuracy, efficiency, and reliability in financial reporting and management. This research paper aims to explore the trajectory of this transformation, critically examining the development, current state, and future sustainability of specialized accounting software products. The necessity for specialized accounting software has grown exponentially with the complexity and volume of financial transactions in today's fast-paced business environment. Excuse me, this is a problem. Give me a second. Organizations, irrespective of their size, rely on these software products to streamline their accounting processes, ensure compliance with regulatory standards, and gain strategic insights into their financial health. The surge in demand for these tools has propelled continuous innovation and development in the sector, leading to an array of products tailored to meet the specific needs of various industries and business models. However, as the market for accounting software becomes increasingly saturated and competitive, questions regarding the sustainability of these products come to the forefront. The introduction of emerging technologies such as cloud computing, machine learning, and blockchain presents both opportunities and challenges, necessitating a critical analysis of how these innovations are integrated into accounting software and their implication for the future of the industry. Furthermore, the sustainability of specialized accounting software products extends beyond their technological and economic aspects. Environmental considerations are becoming paramount as the industry grapples with the carbon footprint of software development and deployment. It is crucial to explore how green computing practices are being incorporated into the life cycle of accounting software products, ensuring that their development and use align with broader sustainability goals. The first point of the article is tracing the evolution of accounting software. We can summarize from the historical journey of accounting software development, emphasizing the role of technological innovation and adaptation in shaping specialized accounting software products according to the demands of society and the needs of the companies themselves. We will examine the current state, challenges, and sustainability of these vital tools in modern accounting practices in today's world. The second point, navigating the current landscape of specialized accounting software. This chapter aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the various aspects of these tools, including their features, user demographics, and competitive market dynamics. Cloud computing has revolutionized the way accounting software is delivered and utilized. With the advent of cloud-based solutions, businesses are able to access their financial data and accounting tools from anywhere, fostering flexibility and collaboration. Future prospects indicate a continuation of this trend with an increasing number of software providers transitioning to cloud-native applications, ensuring scalability, security, and performance. Security concerns are paramount when it comes to managing financial data. Cloud-based accounting software providers invest heavily in security measures, including data encryption, secure data centers, and regular security audits to protect user data. Despite its numerous benefits, cloud computing in accounting software also presents challenges, particularly in terms of data privacy, internet dependency, and potential service disruptions. Businesses need to diligently assess their cloud service providers, ensuring robust security measures, data privacy compliance, and reliable service availability. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are at the forefront of innovation in accounting software. These technologies enable software to learn from user interactions, automate repetitive tasks, and provide predictive analytics, enhancing efficiency and decision-making. Future development is expected to focus on improving the accuracy of predictive models, automating more complex accounting tasks, and integrating artificial intelligence-driven insights throughout the financial workflow. Blockchain has the potential to introduce unprecedented transparency and security in financial transactions. While its application in accounting is still in the nascent stage, there are promising prospects for blockchain to streamline audit processes, reduce fraud, and enhance the integrity of financial records. Future accounting software products may incorporate blockchain technology to facilitate secure and transparent financial transactions, potentially transforming the entire financial reporting process. The future of accounting software lies in its ability to seamlessly integrate with other business tools and systems. As businesses adopt a myriad of software solutions for different aspects of their operation, the need for interoperability becomes paramount. Future accounting software products are expected to prioritize integration capability, ensuring that they can effortlessly connect with other software, share data, and provide a holistic view of business operations. User experience is a critical factor in the adoption and effectiveness of accounting software. Emerging technologies like natural language processing and voice recognition are being integrated into accounting software to enhance accessibility and ease of use. Future developments are likely to focus on creating more intuitive interfaces, personalized experiences, and inclusive design, ensuring that accounting software is accessible to users with diverse needs and levels of expertise. In conclusion, the integration of emerging technologies into accounting software products is not just a trend but a necessary evolution to meet the demands of modern businesses. Cloud computing, AI, blockchain integration capabilities, and a focus on user experience are shaping the future of accounting software, promising enhanced efficiency, accuracy, and accessibility. As we navigate this technological landscape, the prospects for innovation and transformation in accounting software are boundless, opening new avenues for efficiency, transparency, and strategic financial management. Artificial intelligence has begun to play a crucial role in accounting software, driving innovation and transforming financial management practices. By automating repetitive tasks, enhancing accuracy, providing predictive insights, and assisting in fraud detection, AI empowers businesses and financial professionals to achieve greater efficiency and make more informed decisions. As AI technology continues to evolve, its integration in accounting software is expected to deepen, further revolutionizing the field of accounting and opening up new possibilities for innovation and efficiency. That's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Raina Dimitrova. I think that Professor Lazaroiu has a question for you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dimitrova. So my question is whether you have considered the use of generative artificial intelligence technologies such as GPT-4 or 4 Plus, for example, in accounting practice.
Excuse me, there is some problem with my maybe with my internet relation because I didn't hear you well. Could you repeat, please?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
A little bit better now, I think.
Would you prefer my writing down my question into the chat?
Yes, it will be better for me. Thank you very much for it.
Thank you so much. Perhaps, Daniel, in the meantime, you say something more about Professor Dimitrova while I am writing down my question.
Okay, thank you, George. Professor Dimitrova, as I said earlier, she is the Dean of the Faculty of Economics. She's an associate professor in the field of economic sciences, doctor in economics and management at the Southwest University Neofil Risky from Blagoevgrad, Bulgaria. And she is conducting lectures in the field of competitiveness management and human resources management, being also an external assessor of Erasmus Plus project proposal. She has done a lot of research in the field of competitiveness management and human resource management. So we thank again to Ms. Dimitrova that she was joining us. Meanwhile, if you put your question, thank you, George. I invite Ms. Dimitrova, if she can hear us, to answer to the question of our colleague.
Now I see the question. I'm a little bit, excuse me for my opinion maybe, but I am a little bit conservative in the direct implication of generative AI technologies such as GPT into accounting practices. Maybe my opinion is that maybe you need a little bit time to explore its possibilities, its capacity, and maybe now after some period of attendance to think about integration of ChatGPT into accounting practices because of the problem with security and problems with the security of data and accounting decisions. It's my opinion now, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. If any other colleagues have some other ideas or comments or questions for Ms. Dimitrova?
Thank you a lot, Professor Raina Dimitrova. And now I invite the Professor Chucks Gervais-Ayu from the University of Western Cape, Belleville, Cape Town, South Africa, with the paper entitled Gendering Female Entrepreneurship Conversations, Leadership, Power and Culture Conundrum. Can you hear us, Professor? Hi, hello.
Hi. I can hear you. How you guys doing over there?
Great, great.
I'm really sorry. You know, the year is about to wrap up here, and I'm not sure about you guys whether you will.
And Professor Kanike, excuse me, Professor Kanike Kalieva will follow you because she's 7 hours in front of us and is really evening in her country in Kyrgyzstan right now. Thank you, Professor, and sorry for this interruption.
It's okay. So I am quite happy to share. Now just let you take over, right?
You can share with us if you want to, Professor Raina Dimitrova. Please stop your presentation.
I am trying to share it now. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Oh, very well. So thanks again for being patient. Like I said earlier, we are wrapping up things here. The year is about to end. Students have completed exams, so and we've completed grading.
No problem, Professor. Thank you for being with us. No problem.
Good. So normally what we do about this time is to end up strategizing for next year.
We understand you. Thank you for having time for us.
All right. So I'm going to share with you what I consider the new trend in entrepreneurship conversation, and that is the gendering of entrepreneurship with reference to leadership, power, and culture. And so I've titled my presentation, Gendering Female Entrepreneurship Conversations, Leadership, Power, and Culture Conundrum. And I think in many ways, what I'm going to share with you has a relationship with the scope of your conference. And that relates to the achievement of a sustainable and inclusive economy. So a little background here, and that is to remind us that there are only 2 species of humans on Earth. Although I hear that there are other species somewhere else, I'm not certain about that. But there are 2 species of humans on Earth. And literature consistently talks about the society that we live in. The Earth is hugely patriarchal. And so one of the research arguments I try to make at all times is to find a way whereby men and women would share and enjoy equality. And is that possible, by the way? And so this new interest in inclusivity, in diversity, has brought about a flurry of work, especially in gender-based violence. I'm not sure about your part of the world, but over here it's quite a big deal. Female entrepreneurship, leadership-centered gender discussions. So we have quite a big chunk of work happening around here. And like I said, my argument, therefore, is that if there are 2 species on Earth, shouldn't these 2 share and enjoy equality? Now, within economic and management sciences, an extension of the interest in female entrepreneurship is the conversation or the connection that is made among the concepts of leadership, the concepts of power, and the concepts of culture. And the goal of this new movement is to fully understand why, for instance, women are denied economic opportunities in Africa and, in fact, some parts of Asia. So let me start with a leadership. And so my first invitation to you is to imagine the definition of leadership that says that leadership is expressed as the ability that is derived from several sources to influence a group of people for a particular purpose. So what's this influence? What's this capacity? What's this ability? And the ability can come from power relations, as you perhaps know. And even the fact that the Bible talks about the disciples of God and no mention of the woman is there. So the leadership conversation has gained traction. And it's gained traction multidisciplinarily. That within management, if we were to come back to management, we'll find power leadership relations with reference to culture taking up enormous space. And so what we keep knowing is that successful leadership requires the execution of other functions of management. Other functions of management like planning, organizing, and coordinating. And within planning, it is often said, within African setting, that organizations, both big and small, do not even consider the views of women. In coordinating, same thing happens. So you find that there is always that you could say that big gate that refuses to allow the female folk into it. But again, we within economic management sciences would relate all of these to the concept of power. And we do know that there are several sources of power. We have referent power, we have expert power, we have coercive power. But the good thing about all of these different types of power is that the only one that kind of makes reference to the humankind is that reference power, the personality of the individual. And in this instance, that's where extant literature has identified the female folk as having that coordinating ability. Isn't that interesting that only in one element of power that concerns personality, on the basis that women are known to be softer and therefore calmer and therefore kinder, which suggests that in taking leadership discussion seriously, we should therefore be looking at a source of power that allows women to offer some control, some management opportunity. And so moving on, like I said earlier, literature has it that women are born with softer, milder looks and as such do not present masculinity. And this particular line I just read out relates to the other elements of power: coercive power, positional power. And how many of these women have important positions in organizations? Even when the business belongs to a family, you would find that the role of the woman is relegated to the background, while the man is the face of the business. And I continue. There is also the notion that their knowledge is often limited by a lack of opportunities, because the notion of women being the softer, milder individual that does not present masculinity, that notion has been handed over to us over time. So the kids of tomorrow, the new generation, would continue to think of women as those whose roles do not extend to the real kind of leadership that we should be talking about. So it is not unsurprising, therefore, that there is a school of thought that have indicated the reliance of effective leadership on the extent of power And in this regard, I'm talking about the extent of power with reference to authority that one has or is seen to have. So what is it that we can see right now with reference to women in leadership? Very few of them. So the argument is, if they're not allowed that opportunity, the next generation would likely not allow that to happen. So with reference to culture perspective theorists, they portray a leadership lens that is culture specific now within the African setting that is hugely patriarchal. How many women would have the necessary wherewithal to apply for funding from an agency because they don't own land? The narrative is somehow changing, but it's not absolutely accommodating of all of them. So there are certain shortcomings in relation to culture and tradition. So my argument, again, is that there's a need to develop a leadership theory, especially in the entrepreneurship domain, and a premise that is topical and linking women's denial of opportunities based on culture. So much, again, has been written about the very famous, and some of us would claim the infamous glass ceiling notion that women have not been allowed to scale up. So beside the African setting, even within developed economies, not too long ago it was reported, I think in The Economist, about the number of women who are yet to equal men in corporate organizations. So there's a certain kind of, hand down of the baton or baton from one generation to the other that suggests that, look, certain leadership conversations should not involve women. But we are arguing, especially myself, that despite African traditions only recently beginning to prioritize women as significant participants in the mainstream economy, there's enough reason to suggest that the following I'm about to share with you, some crucial takeaways, are important. The first thing we've got to have in mind is that, yes, African society has remained patriarchal. However, even patriarchal societies that as we find them in Africa are beginning to understand that it is necessary to accommodate women, but we need to, engage in much more research that allows for that kind of thinking. So the concept of glass ceiling versus the concepts of leadership, power, and culture should be researched more, so that, as my students would say, so that some more noise would be made to accommodate women. Because if we do this, we will be ensuring quite an, some sort of inclusivity, ensuring diversity and equity. And by the way, you all know that even the SDGs speak about this. SDG 4 would talk about some kind of good education, and education wouldn't come unless we have we've got good research. Goal number 8 of SDG would also speak about improvement in one's quality of life, which comes through good employment opportunity or good business opportunity. So in many ways, we should be looking at a way to contribute to knowledge and strategic policy change through a much more focused female entrepreneurship engagement with reference to leadership. And by doing so, we would hope to achieve better economic growth. And we are somehow lending a hand and lending a voice to the aspects of equity, inclusivity, and diversity. And how do we do this? As part of the crucial takeaways, what research has really undertaken to share with us is oftentimes case study type surveys. And in putting this together, I really found that extensive engagement of the female folk, the voices of the female folk do not quite come up because of certain difficulties to reach the women and allow them to voice how they feel about this exclusionary attitude of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. So some of the suggestions would be a mixed method approach, perhaps also including a case study methodology. All right, thanks. I hope I have sort of gotten you all thinking about new research opportunities. Thank you very much.
Yes, Professor, thank you. Very, very interesting presentation. Georgia, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Chu. My question is whether you think that perhaps the glass ceiling as regards gender entrepreneurship might diminish, whether women might use particularly new technologies such as metaverse technologies or virtual entrepreneurship, and thus they would diminish any prejudices against them, any microaggressions against them.
All right, thanks. And that's an interesting one. Virtual entrepreneurship opportunities and social media. One of the studies we are looking at is focused on understanding why it would seem as though women are gravitating more towards social media. And interestingly, what we're finding is that each year Facebook would release its figures of the number of people who have joined the platform. It does suggest that the number of women are getting higher and higher. However, you and I know that most folks just get onto social media and they pretend to be female when they are really males. So that kind of figure cannot really be ascertained. It's quite complex. But I think the point you have made is that the glass ceiling effect is something that should bother us, because if there are two species on Earth, we have to provide opportunity for both species. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think that Professor Manuela Epre also wants to address your question. Please proceed, Professor.
So first of all, thank you for being with us in this afternoon. I confess that the topic of your research is really interesting. Maybe because I am a woman, so I'm really interested in the leadership skills. I mean, female leadership skills. Are they depending on culture or educational background? Because I recently look on research that is saying that entrepreneurial skills, but it's not differentiated by gender, but in general, entrepreneurship skills are influenced by the parents' education. I mean, the new entrepreneurs coming from a certain educational background from their family are more likely to have success as entrepreneurs. Do you have some comments on this? It's more than an invitation to reflect deeper. And the second is a question, is about the propensity to risk. women entrepreneurs are more likely to get to assume a higher risk than men, which is not so clear. I think they are more cautious in this respect. Do you have some new idea about this? I mean, the risk propensity is depending also on culture. So that's it. I put the question. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, Manuela. Now, let me talk about your first reaction, your first comment. Your first comment suggests that women or girls who come from business-oriented homes are likely to pursue entrepreneurship, right? Is that correct? And you're absolutely right. Now, what we have found is that families or homes where women were the breadwinners are very likely to influence their children, whether boys or girls, to pursue entrepreneurial ventures. And especially because those women who have become breadwinners or heads of families have either been divorced or have lost their spouses. They had no other option than to hustle and feed the family, and move the family ahead. So on the basis of that, the counsel that they sort of come back to the family with is to their children: you've got to try and become independent and possibly join in this small business of mine. So that's what we are gathering. In other words, they may have become necessity entrepreneurs, but along the line have therefore begun to show that what a man can do, that a woman could also do. And so the children learn from their own experience. And then it won't be surprising to find younger women taking up entrepreneurship, either after school or even after they would have left work or something. The propensity to so essentially it goes beyond culture and educational background. It talks about another kind of drive, perhaps, and so on. Then the propensity to risk. Yes. Even Hofstede talks about it, so it's not peculiar to Africa, it's not peculiar to Africa. But the fact of the matter is that because women are considered to be softer, milder, and do not present masculinity, the overall perception is that they are very likely not to be that, prone to wanting to take risk. However, if they find themselves in conditions that require them to take risk, then they will go for it. So situationally, they can be moved into.
So what you are saying is depending on the context. So in some situations, risk propensity is higher, even though they are women. So it's not a general conclusion that women are not willing to assume risks. So depending on the situation, I'm totally agree with you. So thank you so much for answering to my questions.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Right.
Now, Professor Chucks, please allow me to say a few words about yourself. Professor Chucks icesba.eu is Professor of Entrepreneurship Management at the School of Business and Socioeconomic Issues in Emerging Economies. At the School of Business and Finance of the University of West Cape, South Africa. Professor Chuck's area of research include socioeconomic issues in emerging economies, organizational development, communication, and media and human resources. He formerly served as the head of the Department of Entrepreneurship and Business Management, as well as Deputy Dean of Research at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. He sits on the editorial boards of various academic periodicals, including the Palgrave Encyclopedia of Entrepreneurship. He is currently the research chair in entrepreneurship and higher education at the University of West Cape. If there is anything else to say about you, please, Professor, say it now.
It sounds like you either say it now or just don't say it anymore. But look, I'm glad I could share this with you folks, and I look forward to further engagement on this and other matters.
Thank you, Allah, Professor, for being here with us, for accepting our invitation.
You're welcome.
And now we invite the following speaker, Professor Kalieva Kanikiei, who is going to deliver a presentation along with her friend Rosa Abdikulova. They are from the Kyrgyz-Turkish Manas University, Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan. And the name of the presentation is about bringing culture throughout translation, the historical, economic, and cultural dimensions of the Kyrgyz epic Kurmanbek. Probably it's, can you hear us, Professor Kalieva?
Yes. There is some problems. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to see you. It's evening here in Bishkek.
I know. Sorry for trouble,
okay. Yes,
causing you so much trouble. I forgot about the hour in Kyrgyzstan. I have to recognize, and I'm so sorry.
No problem. Only I had to go to kindergarten, take my and came back. Okay, I will start.
Can you do you know how to share your presentation?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yes, now we can see it. Thank you.
Once more, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kanake, and last name is Kalieva. And I would like to present topic which is not closely connected with the economy, but somehow it is connected with economic themes in epic poetry. The topic is called Bridging Cultures Through Translation, the historical, economic, and cultural dimensions of the Kyrgyz epic Kurmanbek. I work at Kyrgyz-Turkish Manas University, and I teach English literature, Kyrgyz literature, and my focus mainly focus on translation. Recently, with my colleague, we translated Kyrgyz small epic Kurmanbek into English with the help of editor Daniel Kittle from USA. He is my friend from Peace Corps time. And this presentation is based on this epic poem because one of the heroic figures in Kyrgyz history is Kurmanbek, whose personality also is portrayed in non-fiction, in reality. So, epic poem Kurmanbek is written by one of our famous writer, Khalil Akiyev, and was first published in 1938. And this is one of the interesting epic poems whose the protagonist, Kurmanbek, of the small epic is a hero and a historical figure of the Kyrgyz people. And one of the interesting things is that his wife, Hanshai, is in Shakespeare's work, Romeo and Juliet. They share the same one fate because after the death of Kurmanbek, she also committed suicide. And Hanshai was a wife as a steadfast companion and a devoted spouse, complementing the image of Kurmanbek as a hero. And one very famous character in epic Kurmanbek is his best friend Akkan, who plays a vital role in nurturing the unity and well-being of the Kyrgyz people. Translating any literary work is a challenging task, and it comes very difficult when we translate epic poem because it has cultural items which has the meaningful items and expressions and poetic elements also. The role of translator becomes more crucial because we face difficult task of maintaining the integrity of the epic poem while ensuring its accessibility and readability for readers who may not be familiar with Kyrgyz culture and language. Successful translation of an epic poem requires a deep understanding of both the source and target language. And in our case, Kyrgyz language, Kyrgyz epic poems created in Kyrgyz language, translated into English, was supported by poet and journalist Daniel Kittel, who also is very closely familiar with Kyrgyz culture because he was a Peace Corps volunteer. And we three worked together to give to the close meaning in its translation. We understand that we should make careful choice in preserving poetic elements like imagery, stylistic elements of the original, and adapt it to the expectations of the target language. Translation of Kyrgyz epic Urmanbek can be beneficial for foreign readers in several ways. The first very important part benefit from this Urmanbek is its historical insight. Epic poem describes historical events and deeds of hero Urmanbek. Readers can gain insights into the Kyrgyzstan's history, including its struggles, dreams, and the cultural significance of heroic figure of Kyrgyz people Kurmanbek. His historical personality is shown in the portrayal of his friendship with Akhan and explores the historical ties between the Kyrgyz and East Turkestan regions during the Kalmak era. Additionally, exploring historical records from the 16th century reveals direct interactions between Kyrgyz tribes and Kashgar after the expulsion of the Mongols from Tian Shan. The 17th century witnessed intensified migration and settlement process of Kyrgyz tribes in response to Kalmuk pressure, further shaping the historical landscape surrounding Kurmanbek. The second benefit, of course, it's literary appreciation. Kurmanbek represents a unique form of storytelling, and it has full of poetic elements, and we can appreciate the beauty of the language, of Kyrgyz language, imagery, and the narrative techniques employed in this epic. Epic poem Kurmanbek is written in Kyrgyz language with full of stylistic devices, alliterations, assonances, consonances, rhymes, and cultural items. Sometimes it was very difficult to transfer it into English. For example, the description of the age of horses, mares and stallions, have special place in Kyrgyz language. Sometimes in some other works, when the Kyrgyz words which are related to horses are translated into English with just one word, horse. But in Kyrgyz, there are so many words which have depict the characteristics of the horse. And it is related to their colors, to their age, to their gender. And the next, this is the part of epic Kurmanbek examples. And one more thing, very important thing, is the benefit of translating Kurmanbek is its cultural understanding, cultural window to other people, or to other English-speaking people. We also have, while translating we witnessed that epic poem also play a crucial role in bridging the cultural gap between Kyrgyzstan and English-speaking people, because there are so many cultural specific items which is lack of equivalence make them translation of these words make very difficult, and in some cases we had to give some notes and descriptions without translating the exact word because of the lack of equivalence. The next is economic perspective, which the epic of Kurmanbek airs economic themes within its narrative, reflecting the socio-economic dynamics of the Kyrgyz Kypchak people and their interactions with external forces. And this table shows some themes described in epic and its description. For example, the first one is impact of revenge on economic relationships. Kurmanbek's pursuit of revenge against the Kalmyks is examined through an economic lens. The desire for retribution is connected to reclaiming economic independence and restoring prosperity compromised during the period of subjugation. Tribute and economic interaction. Kurmanbek speaks of taking a text from the Kalmyks introduced an economic dimension to the relationships between the Kyrgyz Kypchak people and their conquerors. Analyzing the economic implications of such tribute sheds light on how it may have influenced the economic dynamics of the region. I gave some examples, but I am making it short and to finish in my on time. Economic consequence of Kurmanbek's death. And the death of Kurmanbek has economic repercussions extending beyond the battlefield. It impacts the stability of the community and its economic prospects. The queen's suicide, her wife's suicide, and the killing of valuable assets such as the horse of Teltoru contribute to the overall economic fallout from Kurmanbek's demise. One of the things is that we should tell about the translation of Kurmanbek is the sharing with Kyrgyz culture, its specific cultural specific items and the worldview values which are also connected with universal values. In conclusion, the translation of the epic poem Kurmanbek into English serves as a cultural and a literary bridge connecting Kyrgyzstan's rich heritage with a global audience. And we try to give, to preserve original meaning, stylistic elements, and convey the thematic depth of the poem. Beyond cultural enrichment, the epic's economic themes and layers of the complexity reflecting the socio-economic dynamics of the Kyrgyz Kypchak people also discussed in the paper. By exploring these perspectives, we also can get some insights into the history, Kyrgyz people, the culture of Kyrgyz people, and the universal message of justice, resilience, and timeless pursuit of honor. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Garieva. I think that Professor Lazaroiu has a question for you. Professor, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor Kalieva. My question is whether you have considered generally translating some sort of raw version generally, and in footnotes to develop on what the author might have meant or what additional interpretations might be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking these questions because I have translated some thousands of scientific pages in my entire life, and I have had some doubts regarding the way how to proceed in my work.
Thank you for your question. And I work on poetry for many years. I have been working on poetry translation, and my dissertation is also based on translations of Kyrgyz women's poetry translated into English, because there were no translation of this kind of genre poetry. Manas epic, maybe you know, there is one. We have the longest epic in the world, Manas. Have you heard about Manas epic poetry?
No.
This is the longest in the world, and it doesn't have translated by Kyrgyz speaker. It was translated by an American, and it has so many maybe misunderstandings of the words, because it was translated first. Kyrgyz poetry was translated into Russian, from Russian into English, because of the lack of maybe translators. And of course, footnotes. I used footnotes for description of some words which cannot be translated. No equivalence, no lack of equivalence in English. And at the end of this book, there are footnotes and descriptions, explanations of the translations.
Thank you, Professor Kalieva. I think that Professor Manuela Epure also wants to address your question. Please proceed, Professor Manuela Epure.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Kalieva, for being with us such a late hour in the evening. But it strikes me the hard work that you have done translating. So it's really interesting that you have opened a window to your traditions as a people, to the history. So I may ask you, it's something about being yourself an artist. I mean, you are you as a translator, you are not playing with words. Actually, you create. In some sense. Why I'm asking this? Because you told us that you have translated poems. We have in Romania a very well-known poet, Eminescu, who has a very interesting series of poems, of which it was translated in English by a Romanian, Volchanov, Professor Volchanov. Was awarded by the British embassy with the highest award, capturing the best spirit of the poem in English. That means he was like a writer himself. So it means that when it's about translated work of art, are you feeling that you are an artist too? I mean, you are a writer too, in the right sense of the
yes. Thank you for your question. Yes, when we also translate so many non-fiction essays and documents from Kyrgyz into English, and usually there are no problems with that. But poetry, it's different, because when we translate prose, we translate sentences. When we translate poetry, we should give meaning in a very short line, because Kyrgyz poem is also short. It's historical. The national poems, poetry is written with short lines, and when we translate into English, sometimes it doesn't fit with the form. And when we work, sometimes we have to use different transformations also. For example, sometimes we add some words, we omit some words. The main thing for us is meaning, but in poetry, the difficulty is the beauty of poetry also. We should preserve the beauty of poetry.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kalieva. Allow me to say a few words about yourself. Professor Kanike Kalieva is a PhD Associate Professor at the Kyrgyzstan Turkey Manash University, specialized in English literature, theory and practice of translation, and contrastive linguistics, literature, theory and criticism, and English poetry, drama, and novel. Professor Kanike Kalieva has received recognition for excellence in education in Kyrgyzstan in 2023. 22, and she has been a Fulbright visiting scholar in 2014 until 2015 and participated in the study of the U.S. Institute for Contemporary Literature in 2011. Her translations include Kurmanbek and Oljobai and Kyrgyzstan, I think.
Kishimjan.
Merci. Thank you, Professor. Are words very hard to pronounce for us, and thank you for helping me. Also, Professor Kange Kalieva has authored numerous articles, conference presentations, 2 monographs exploring various aspects of literature, translation, and cross-cultural communication. She has actively contributed to international conferences and published extensively on topics such as postmodern poetry, American literature, and Kyrgyz women's poetry. And of course, today was for us a very, very interesting presentation because it was not an economic one, but related to economic topic. Thank you, Professor, for being with us today. I heard that your colleague, Professor Chimanova, is in the hospital today. I'm so sorry for her. I wish her all the best. And I think that the next speaker is Professor Alexandra Radu from Istituto Teseo Salerno, Italy, with the presentation called Open Access to Information Sources, Sustainable Scientific Development. Is that right, Alexandra?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank you to Professor Kalieva for the presentation because it is my work too. I'm working in this moment with the Embassy of Georgia in Romania for translating some poems from English into Romanian because we can translate from Georgian language. It is the same problem that Mrs. Kalieva was signaling because the English is the language which
for everyone.
For everyone, which help us. There was another translation of poems or Georgian poems into Russian language, but I heard that it's not good to translate that version. I want to thank you, Mrs. Professor, for your presentation, and I want to ask just a little thing. Do you think, Mrs. Professor, that in the future this job can be made by the intelligence, artificial intelligence? What do you think? I have my opinion, but I want to hear your opinion.
It's the question, yes?
The question is if you think that
I understand, yes, I understand. I also teach theory and practice of translation for my students, and they sometimes bring poems translated by GPT, ChatGPT, which doesn't fit with the meaning. Never. Because it's more alive. We should be. Seems that poetry is different, and there is no universal way of structuring the words, and each poet has their own specific style, and I usually ask them translate it by their own and find maybe the message what was, because each poem has their own message, and I like this. That's do you I think that you also worked with this kind of translations made by
yes, yes, it is a practical of the students in all the countries. Yes, and thank you, because Mrs. Epure told us that the translators are let's say artists, and the artist cannot be substituted by the intelligence, by the artificial intelligence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I proceed with my presentation? Thank you.
And thank you for your intervention. Very nice one, like between translators.
It's not. It's difficult, but it's beautiful.
Yes, it's a very nice work, I suppose.
And rewarding, of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you presenting also? Excuse me, Alexandra. Are you presenting also the paper of Professor Amodio, or is Professor Baluzza going to?
I didn't know if Professor Baluzza is present.
Okay.
Think
so
not.
If you have Professor Amodio's presentation and you want to proceed, you can.
Now I'm doing my presentation, but I'm sorry that I don't have the paper of the common paper for the two professor. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
My argument is about open access to information sources in the field of sustainable scientific development. And first of all, I want to say another time, because I'm sure that all the colleagues know what is an open source, but I like to remind that an open source is a publication defined like open access when there are no financial, legal, or technical barriers to accessing it. We can say that anyone can read it, can download it, copy it, distribute, print it, search for and search within the information, or use it in education or in other way within the legal agreements. An open access is a publishing model for a scholarly communication that makes research information available to readers at no costs, as opposed to the traditional subscription model in which readers have access to scholarly information by paying a subscription, usually via libraries. So, which are the legal agreements that lead to open access to information? Because I'm noted that our students didn't know what are these legal agreements, and maybe it will be let's say it will be an opportunity to remind these legal agreements. The main regulation that lead the protection of intellectual rights, but also one of the obstacles that actually stand in the way of the free diffusion, free dissemination of technologies is the rules of protecting the intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights, EPR, knowing like EPR. The intellectual property rights are customarily divided into main areas, like copyright and right related into copyright, the rights of authors of literary opera, like Professor Kalieva was mentioned in his argument, and artistic works such as books or other writings, musical composition, painting, sculpture, or translations are protected by copyright, copyright for a minimum 50 years after the death of the author. Also protected through the copyright and related, sometimes referred to as neighboring rights, are the rights of performers, actors, singers, musicians, and also other creative work. There is another principle, the principle of industrial property, that can be useful and can be divided into main areas. One of these areas can be characterized as the protection of distinctive things, in particular trademarks and geographical indication. Will be can be the second area. That means that both the right and the access to intellectual property are ensured by the issuance of patents and the license that are available to all the interested person. In fact, copyright law regulates access to knowledge, while patents ensure the use of innovative technologies. Unfortunately, however, excess costs and economic interest of various companies or research institutions on the market restrict free access to information. And this fact can result in the loss of human lives properly. This slide illustrates, in fact, this problem that the restricted access to information can conduct to loss of human lives. And free access to information can save human lives. We have at disposal for this purpose the Berlin Declaration that was developed on 22 October 2003. And this is a picture with the proposal of this declaration. That say that the internet has fundamentally changed the practical and economical realities of distributing scientific knowledge and cultural heritage. For this first time ever, the internet now offers the chance to constitute a global and interactive representation of human knowledge, including cultural heritage and the guarantee of worldwide access. The Berlin Declaration is according and supported by the Declaration of the Budapest for Open Access Initiative, the ECO Charter, and the Bethesda Statement on Open Access Publishing. Also in September 2015, it was published the 2030 agenda, which provides for the sustainable development of making through the current dissemination and information research. These are the objectives or the 2030 agenda. For sustainable development. There are the human capital management, the supply chain management, and so on. In order to support implementation of sustainable development goals assumed by the agenda, it was implemented the HESI partner program, which involves the role of academic universities in our sustainable future. I think that this partnership HESI program is interesting because for the implementation of sustainable development, they made this partnership for having let's say programs, curricula, and strategies for higher education, and hubs for innovation and critical thinking, because we all know that the development of the critical thinking is a goal for all of us. This partnership, this program initiative aim to connect higher education institution networks and students organization in order to support and integrate into curricular research program and campus practices. Its support is to facilitate the transfer of knowledge and draw from the diverse expertise and experiences of individuals working in various circumstances, believing that everyone has something valuable to offer in the process of SDG integration. Another tool that we have at our disposal is the open source software, which has demonstrated that innovation can be achieved through the free dissemination of information. 3 goals. Open source software is a software that can be freely accessed, use it, change it, and share it, modified or unmodified by anyone. This program, free software, can be used and offer the 4 essential freedoms: the freedom to run the programs as you wish, the freedom to study how the program works and change it if you want it, the freedom to distribute copies, and the freedom to distribute copies of modified versions of these copies. It is called FLOSS, free access open source software. These are the most popular licenses. The definition find practical and legal application in alternative licenses to the closed one. we all know that close license have a copy that is free. In fact, the FSF created the concept of copyleft, that is opposite of copyright. Copyleft is are the copies of the software that must be transferred with them rights. The license include the copyleft. The license that include the copyleft is GPL, public license. There are three principles on which the functionality of free information in the scientific world is based. There is the principle of collaboration, which means sharing resources and results between individual that are not contractually or geographically in connection. Creativity, which means to follow their inclination and needs, and modularity, the production of specialized instruments between them. The application of the three principles produce important advantages like efficiency, avoid reinventing the wheel several times, quality, flexibility, assistance, and an economical aspect, low costs, avoiding the forced loyalty, vendor locking. Last but not least, for a sustainable development of the scientific world, responsibility and involvement are needed. The information freely disseminated and received must be verified and certified, so that the resources made available for free circulation are part of a real patrimony of knowledge and do not constitute a simple transfer of data. To verify the information online or the article, must always answer to these three questions. Who made this article or this material, this argument? References about the author, name, academic references. When it was posted, the validity of the information data about the publication of the article and the collection of data using the elaboration of the article. The type of the article, personal opinion or proven facts supported by unofficial information. Documented articles must contain a bibliography, which becomes an operational and useful tool and not a difficult difficulty for us. In conclusion, there is a legal framework that protects us, our work and us, and support us in our daily activity. This framework can prevent the free dissemination of information, but we have at our disposal the tools which can help us to open the free access to information. The Sustainable Development Strategy imposes responsibility and involvement and ensure us the free access to the immense knowledge heritage that the humanity has stored yet online in safe condition and and with economical profitability. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Alexandra Radu. And now, if Professor Razaroiu has a question, I think, for you, Professor.
I have more of a suggestion. Are you familiar with Plan S of the European Union? Plan S.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe you might like to integrate it into your research because it is important in terms of open access for all the public grants.
Yes, it's a great suggestion. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
I will include it. Thank you.
Now, Alexandra, please allow me to say a few words about yourself. Professor Dr. Alexandra Radu is a professor at the Istituto Teseo from Salerno, Italy. She is a member of the International Editorial Board of the Minerva Journal of History and Philosophy. She is also a translator and publicist, graduate of the Faculty of Letters and History at the State University of Craiova, Romania, and the Educational Master for Security Culture at the National Academy for Information in High Viteazul of Bucharest. She elaborates educational programs, participates in the writing and
After I give you the word,
project.
I close the volume, my microphone. Oh, sorry.
And sorry, Daniel. Just a few words about Professor Radu, and after that, your invited keynote speakers will enter. Professor Alexandra Radu elaborates educational programs, participates in the writing and implementation of European projects, and promotes Romanian culture and language in the Italian and European space. Thank you, Professor Alexandra Radu, once more. I know now from you that Professor Amodia probably is not going to present the paper. If Professor Baluzza is here and has something to say about the presentation of Professor Amodia, please proceed. If not, Professor Daniel, please proceed in presentation of the other two keynote speakers from Southwest University, Neofit Rilski, Blagoevgrad, Bulgaria. Please, Daniel.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna give right now the word to two other colleagues from Southwestern University. I'm gonna close the microphone because they are with me in the same room, so not to make microphony. Okay.
Who is going to proceed now? Professor Milena Filipova, I think. Professor Milena Filipova has the paper entitled Relationship Between Organizational Culture and Corporate Sustainability. And
hello, dear colleagues, dear Professor Gurgu, dear Professor Garden. I'm Associate Professor Dilyana Yaneva from Southwest University. Thank you for invitation to participate in this conference. I would like to present the topic challenges and opportunities facing the digital transformation in business. Is it okay?
Yes, we can see it. You can proceed whenever you want.
Okay, thank you.
Just a second. It's better like this. Okay. And go with the slide.
Okay, thank you. The new economic and social conditions confront business with numerous problems and challenges. Digital transformation is a key tool for sustainable business development. The search for new business models, management approaches, and strategies for business reorganization in the era of digitalization offers a number of opportunities for increasing innovation capacity, digital competitiveness, and corporate social responsibility. That's why the main goal of the study is to examine the problems of the digital transformation and the perspectives that the process provides, which would be useful for the management decisions regarding quick adaptation to the new strategic digital business model. The process of digital transformation favors the sustainability, profitability, and competitiveness of the business. For a better understanding of the issue, it is necessary to know not only the essence and evolution of the process, but also the problems and challenges faced by modern business in the conditions of dynamic digital changes. In this regard, digital technologies need not only implementation, but also research to achieve two main goals: improving the efficiency, scope, and quality of the services provided to the consumers and business. The digital transformation uses the digital technologies to change the business processes, models, operations, company strategies, corporate policy, organizational structure, customer communication, consumer behavior, and it has a strong impact on the innovations and competitiveness. So the implementation of the process requires a clear strategy and prioritization supported by financial resources, leadership, and active participation of the all employees in the organization. Very important is the digital competitiveness, which is indicative of how countries in conditions of technological transformation succeed through their entrepreneur in creating a sustainable product. Which are the advantages and opportunities in the digital transformation for the business? Its policies, management and strategic decision-making process. The most significant benefits are business development, profit increase, productivity, competitiveness, cost reduction, creation of a more favorable sustainability profile, more efficient hiring practice, etc. The digital transformation helps companies to secure finding and improve access to information, so it facilitates and increases the efficiency of the business processes. It is a cost-effective way to overcome the challenges associated with the possibility of human error. It ensures a real transparency and tracking of all administrative actions, promotes the creation of better corporate social responsibility, and strong credentials. The digital transformation has a significant role to companies' marketing activities. We should note the business factors that become drivers and prerequisites for the business transformation success. They are development of competitive advantage by creative, unique opportunities to improve the customer satisfaction, deep understanding of the customer behavior and loyalty, analysis of data from multiple sources, conductive, effective, and targeted marketing campaigns, providing a consistent and personalized product range to the customer across all possible channels, etc. It's extremely important to link business with the higher education, investments in the human capital. Its digital knowledge and skills can stimulate competition through the development of new technologies, lifelong learning, and creation of new management practices. They are drivers of the economic and social progress in the process of the economic inclusion also. We can summarize the main areas of opportunities that digital transformation provides for business. They are economic progress, business development and innovative growth, company prosperity, competitiveness and profitability, free and easy access to information, improvement of marketing activity, dealing with social significant strategies, development of managers and employees' potential, effective protection of the copyright and intelligent prosperity, reorganization and improvement of business policies and strategies, strategic planning, etc. The insufficient qualification of the employees hinders further digital transformation. In this regard, the social economy faces a number of challenges related to a growing contradiction between the technology and social effect. The digital inequality, exclusion, and isolation are among the main problems of the digital transformation. Increasing the digital competencies, knowledge, and skills would help to optimize the work process and increase the motivation of the human resources. Therefore, it is necessary to strengthen the efforts toward equal access to quality and inclusive education for the acquisition and development of digital skills and competencies. There are 4 strategic directions to deal with the problems and full use of the digital technologies. They are optimization of the internal business processes, training and raising the qualification of the employees, interaction with counterparties, efficiency ratio, and finance. And in conclusion, it may be mentioned that in order to rapid adaptation to the new strategic digital business model, the organizations must understand and embrace the need of a reorganization of the process, structure, policies, and strategies. Thank you for attention.
Thank you to Professor Dariana Yaneva. If someone, Professor Lazarou, I think is having a question for you, Professor Lazarou.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. My question is whether you have considered the carbon footprint of digital-based companies, let's say virtual companies or digital twin-based companies in comparison with corporations operating only in physical terms.
Yes, of course, it's very important. This is a big problem, but in the article we write about main the effects of the digitalization to marketing activities, different social effects in the area of marketing. That's why we write on this aspect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, one question related to the importance. How do you see the importance of European digital innovation hubs in this area of digital marketing, for example, because the digital innovation hubs also in Bulgaria, they're existing ones active. We are in Spiru Haret coordinating a digital hub for our region, South Muntenia. So the question is if you see some scope of further research connecting digital innovation hubs with the activities of the universities and related to the businesses.
Yes, it's very important because the relationship between the marketing is good for the business, for the relationships between business and learning, education, schools, and university, of course. And we in Bulgaria we develop in this connection.
Good morning, dear all
with this, but we are on in the beginning of these steps. I think we will develop in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Liliana Yaneva. With I want to say a few words about yourself. Professor Yaneva is an associate professor in the field of economic sciences, doctor in economics and management at the Southeast University, Neofit Rilski, Blagoevgrad, Bulgaria. She's the vice dean of the Faculty of Economics. Professor Dariana Yaneva conducted lectures of strategic marketing, marketing management, business management, and her research interests are also in the field of self-marketing, brand management, and digital marketing. If you have something else to say about you, Liliana, please proceed.
Thank you, Professor Gurgo.
If not,
that's the mail for me.
Okay, it's a pleasure to have you here in our university. Daniel, do you have any other speakers from Blagoevgrad?
Yes, I have. Sorry, we are in the same room. I have Miss, the other vice dean of the Faculty of Economics, Miss Milena Filipova. She is with us right now. She's gonna connect to the same computer than Liliana. I want to say that actually the topic regarding digitalization, it's a very complex one and can give us a lot of broader horizon, if I may say, because there are a lot of actually sublines of research regarding this. One of them is the implications of AI in marketing. Recently, I was projecting a research on managers regarding this, and I'm going to be very, very eager to share with you the results of the research. It's going to be a future paper on this. It seems that more and more marketing managers are embracing the idea that some parts of the marketing strategy can actually be built with the help of AI. And I'm not talking only about AI applications for improving the analysis, the process of analyzing big data, or other applications that are, for example, helping marketing communication people to create better or sophisticated marketing promotion materials, for example. I'm talking about some strategic processes of finding objectives for the entire marketing mix and put decisions to work. So it's very interesting. The coming years are very promising. So now I'm gonna give you my word to Miss Milena. Are you ready? Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Professor Milena Filipova, please proceed.
The volume and go up to the microphone.
Yes. You can help her, Daniel. In fact, her presentation, I think, is on the screen.
Open the microphone. Help her to open the microphone, the red button.
The presentation is on the screen.
And the volume.
And we can hear you.
Professor Gurgu, Professor Garden, thank you for the invitation. My paper is regarding the relationship between the organizational culture and corporate sustainability. Mesti se weiter, ne se mesti weiter. Gilanche, što nego mesti weiter.
Just a second.
Me mesti.
Daniel, please help Professor Milena.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like this. So you should go here. In just a second.
Thank you.
It's like this.
Great. It's okay.
In an era marked by increasing concern for the environment and drive to improve corporate performance, the interplay between sustainability and organizational performance has emerged as a major focal point for business. Business as integral component for global economy face the dual challenge to addressing complex sustainability imperatives while striving to improve the organizational culture, the collective values, norms, and beliefs that shape the behavior and decisions of individuals within the enterprise. It's becoming clear that organizational culture drives organizational performance rather than being merely byproduct management techniques. So it is critical to examine the mechanism that can be used to harness cultural elements and steer business towards sustainable and productive practices. The topicality of a topic derives from the following: expands knowledge in the field of corporate sustainability, support sustainability efforts, create opportunities for improvement, and emphasizes the role of culture. Organizational culture is frequently called corporate culture to denote the term as more commercialized connotation. Organizational culture is the most important pillar to the creation of overall organizational excellence, the development of long-term competitive advantages. Moreover, organizational culture is identified as a practically significant factor for increasing competitiveness. The goal of corporate sustainability is to decrease the negative effects of business while developing plans for the creation of major positive effects in significant and applicable areas of the environment and society. Companies, media, governments, and even academic institutions use the term sustainability extensively and in a variety of ways. The terms resilient and resilience are employed in many situations and can have contradictory meaning at times. Some authors emphasize that in order to survive in a dynamic and highly competitive environment, business enterprises must take various measures to achieve sustainability. The three elements of corporate sustainability are typically understood to be safeguarding environmental resources, promoting social benefits, and maintaining the organization's economics or financial sustainability. These three areas of sustainable development were reiterated at the 2002 World Summit of Sustainable Development in Johannesburg us know at the 3 pillars of sustainability, since tagline people, planet, prosperity was used to emphasize the balance of the 3 components. It is possible to ascertain whether organizations develop genuine and strategic approaches to sustainability through given the significance of business implementing sustainable business practices to sluggish adoption of sustainability reporting and concern expressed regarding data quality and whether the reports demonstrate a sincere commitment to sustainability. The main areas to study for corporate sustainability are how business establish and sustain connection with the pertinent parties like suppliers, agencies, shareholders, and so on, and as well as how management and staff embrace and implement sustainability strategies. These areas of research that seems to be missing are how organizational support systems grow, integrate and coordinate with the organization system, procedures, and structure in order to meet corporate sustainability objectives. Three levels of sustainability can be used to analyze the relationship between corporate sustainability and organizational culture. Corporate sustainability reports, employee development programs, technology deployment, operational manuals and procedures, and employee training all demonstrate corporate culture sustainability ideas at the external level of sustainability. The internal level of sustainability is demonstrated through the change of values and culture among employees in the sensitivity of the workforce through various HR interventions. And at its core, adopting corporate sustainability requires a change in the fundamental beliefs and presumptions about environmental values and human resources. Based on what has been stated so far, we can draw the following main conclusions. First, building an effective corporate sustainability-oriented culture that supports workers' successful performance at all levels at the organizational structure require both strong leadership and organizational culture. Second, a comprehensive organizational transformation is necessary for corporate sustainability, which is a complicated idea. And the last one, the relationship between organizational culture and corporate sustainability can be presented at 3 levels. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Professor Milena Filipova. I think that Professor George Lazarev has a question for you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is whether you think that sustainability can be associated somehow with the new technologies. If you have thought how, for example, artificial intelligence technologies can help in the corporate sustainability of throughout the entire processes, for example, in supply chain or in other operations.
Thank you for the questions. I think that the new technologies can help the corporate sustainability. What he asked me in
if it is a relationship between corporate sustainability itself in all processes and with technologies, and it's a direct connection.
For example, in supply chains, in terms of sustainable supply chains.
Mm-hmm. Supply chain can help the corporate sustainability.
Yes, but with the help of artificial intelligence, how do you think it can help as a sustainable supply chain by use of artificial intelligence, if you have considered this? Yeah, for example, if artificial intelligence can smooth out operations or rather complicate some processes for underdeveloped companies.
Yes, actually, close the microphone. Sorry. Okay. As a George, as a co-author of the paper, I wish to say something. In supply chain management, we talk about a lot of processes that can be automated without any question with the help of artificial intelligence. And again, if we talk about special kind of relationships that can be done between different players along the chain, we see, for example, that there are already in place software that can help the entire process of allocating for multimodal transport, for example, allocate time, allocate stocks, allocate relationships between the suppliers along the chain. And if we can integrate with GPS software and so on, we can think to a larger scale of automatization for sure. And again, if we go to the let's say the end of the line of the chain, the value chain, and we see the customer, and we integrate researches about consumer behavior and tendencies with the help of artificial intelligence. Also, we will talk about sustainability, because we don't have to forget that the idea of sustainable marketing is relying very, very much so on the sustainable consumption. I mean, sustainable behavior integrated into the mind of the consumer. So the consumers have to engage more to the primary idea. And I think AI can help us a lot with this. I'm very curious to see in the future how the dialogue between a brand and a customer it would be done with the help with AI. Because I already see some changes in terms of, for example, marketing communication strategies. When we are talking about studies, there already have done a lot of studies. I was impressed by the number. Studies that shows that in particular situations, particular businesses and products, the materials, the promotional materials made solely with the help of AI have been much more efficient to deliver a certain message or a certain position of the brand to a certain segment of customers than the traditional way to do. I mean, in the traditional way to do these things, we are done a lot of qualitative research, and we integrate it with quantitative in order to choose, let's say, the tone of voice, let's say, the channel of communication, and so on. We are testing the final form of the promotional material, and after this we launch it. So they had put AI to work, and I'm talking about making visuals with the help of AI, making actually the design of a leaflet and so on, based on previous data obtained with the help with another AI, I mean software for big data, and they obtain a final piece of promotional material that was very, very efficient in transmitting a particular set of messages. So it is a big challenge, and I think if we talk about the chain of sustainability, I mean, I as a consumer, I understand the idea of sustainability. I understand that all the marketing process and all the marketing mix of a company is based on this. I mean, from the very beginning of finding resources and putting all them together. And I'm going to consume the product. I'm going to transmit my way of thinking to others that can become loyal customers. So everything, it is interrelated here. So the AI can be very helpful, despite the first impressions. And I agree that myself, I was participating in a conference in Galatz, and I was talking with Yogesh Dandy, that is a very well-known author in the field of AI implications marketing. And the very first impression at that conference for us was it was in the beginning of this summer. It was that we don't have to renounce as a marketing decision players. We don't have to renounce to our critical thinking, because it's a danger to renounce to this kind of thinking and to take for granted what kind of AI can tell me as a manager to do in a certain situation. So despite these first impressions and first thoughts, things are moving, and I think the AI is used as a proper instrument, much more used as a proper instrument right now. I don't think that AI can genuinely replace the human creativity as a whole, but I think that it is a powerful instrument that can be used mature and responsible in the future for sustainability purposes also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel, I think that Professor Manuel Aipure wants also to ask.
I don't have the volume. Sorry. Okay, can you repeat, George? Sorry.
Thank you for your answer, Daniel.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Professor.
Also, Professor Manuel Aipure wants to address a question. Professor Aipure, the microphone, please.
So basically, I would like to add a comment to what Daniel already said. Well, any major transformation in the technology adoption was hard at the beginning, yeah, isn't it? So people are resistant to change. Organizations are resistant to change. So it's about how to implement such a tool to make it work for us. I mean, I think it must be something tailored or customized to each company's needs. I may say that artificial intelligence will never take our jobs, will determine us to change our view how to do our tasks. I mean, other jobs will appear, the old jobs will disappear. It's normal. It's the evolution. It's the path to evolution. When it comes about marketing strategies and marketing decisions, I'm totally agree with you. It's about not giving up everything in the hands of AI, because it's not possible. Repetitive and current decisions, I mean, it's sort of automation in decision-making process. It could be done because they are a well-known environment. But when it comes about strategic decisions, of course, it's going to be done or made by experienced managers. It's about not only critical thinking, it's about creativity too, because we better understand our consumers, and these fantastic tools will help us a lot, because the words will be carefully chosen in order to make the message more powerful. But even though
we as a human, we as an experienced marketer, we will do the rest. So the final decision is going to be on humans. So it's about the fear of unknown, maybe. Who knows? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your intervention, Professor.
If I may, I can make a little joke about the future jobs that AI can develop. It's like a chat GPTist. It's a person that is specialized in giving comments to chat GPT in a proper way, in order to obtain proper results. So it's going to be a job for the future.
Look,
yes.
I really want to come back to our guests, translators. That kind of instrument will not cut ever the meaning, So you can translate with Google Translate or GPT or other kind of tools, but the real meaning of the situation or the text that you are translating is upon us as humans and our emotions and our intelligence. An IT person this is the last comment because it's too long. Recently, an IT person, which is very well known in Romania, it's a scientist, it's member of the Romanian Academy, a little bit older than me, so maybe somebody will say it's up to date, but the lady said to me something like this: artificial intelligence is a marketing wording. It's not about putting the imitating mimic the mimic of human intelligence by machines. So it's just a very fashionable concept or something, because human intelligence is much more than any other computer can do today. So that's all. I don't want to monopolize.
It's a full debate.
No, it will be longer. So thank you very much for accepting my comments.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, both of you. Now, Professor Mirena, allow me to say a few words about yourself. Mirena Filipova is a professor in the field of management and business administration, PhD in economics and management at Southwestern University in Novopetrolski, Blagoevgrad, Bulgaria. She is the vice dean of the Faculty of Economics and the head of the management and marketing department. Also, she is an Erasmus coordinator for the Faculty of Economics. Her scientific interests are in the field of management, managerial decision-making, organizational culture, crisis management, competition and competitiveness, leadership and leadership competencies. Professor Mirena Filipova has presently lecture courses abroad in a lot of universities, such as University of Deusto, Bilbao, Spain, University of Aveiro, Portugal, University of Mauritius, University of Ostrava, Czech Republic, University of Economics and Humanities, Biala, Poland, some universities from Serbia, Ukraine, France, Greece, Turkey, so a lot of universities. She had various specializations in Institute of Political and Administrative Sciences in Jesuit University in Krakow, Poland, the Department of Business Administration and Technological Education Institute of Central Macedonia, Greece, the Faculty of Economics and Ecological University of Bucharest, Romania, University and other universities also. Professor Mirena Filipova is a member of some editorial boards of foreign scientific journals. Also, she is a member of national and international scientific organizations, such as Board of Union of the Economists in Bulgaria, Bulgarian Chamber of Science, Education and Culture, Tourism Council, Municipality of Blagoevgrad, Chamber of Higher Education Teachers Association, of lectures of economics and management, International Association of Sustainable Development, Macedonian Association for Marketing, Society for International Education Training and Research in Europe, and also Rhetoric Society of Europe. You have a lot of work to do, Professor Filipova, I see. And thank you for joining our conference today, as well as your colleagues also. And now we have a last presentation, I think.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
Very welcome anytime. And I think we have a last presentation of Professor Agil Valiev from the Azerbaijan Tourism and Management University from Baku, Azerbaijan, and also professor at Azerbaijan State Oil University. The lecture is about evaluation of the role of artificial intelligence, AI, in green technology and in the development of smart and sustainable towns. And I ask now my colleague, Professor Cătălin Radu, to help me, because Professor Agil Valiev sent us a presentation.
Good morning, dear all friends, colleagues, dear all students. It gives me great pleasure to be with you for this morning at the opening session of the 7th International Conferences on Economic Sciences and Business Administration, icesba 2023. On behalf of my side, may I extend a very warm welcome to all participants for this conference. And I would like to special thankfulness to the rector of Spiro Harati University, and especially to my best colleague, Dr. Yelena Gurgu, who sent words of sympathy and encouragement to us for giving the best opportunities to sharing our experiences for these conferences. I will try to sharing by using this kind of opportunities, try to sharing my brief experiences as a kind of the keynote speaker, and just positive for sharing the positive addings to conference participants. So my just study topic is evaluation of the role of artificial intelligence and green technology in the development of smart and sustainable towns. Of course, the topic is so important for current situation, and we know green technology and how is the effectively and how is the effective of artificial intelligence in development of smart and sustainable towns. So let's just briefly review just the basic core concept of the artificial intelligence. Of course, the artificial intelligence for a kind of the transformational technology, which is giving out too much opportunities, how to revolutionizing cities, making them smarter, more sustainable, and more efficiently. Of course, by application of the machine learning, natural language processes, and the kind of the robotic technology, which is the core fundamentals of artificial intelligence, what we are going to applying by using them in our daily life, daily working environment. So in another corner, artificial intelligence, when we making the classification of artificial intelligence, we should just making some kind of the action of the chess gaming and the action of artificial intelligence in the narrow scope. Here is, of course, intelligence behavior. Let's start in the intelligence behavior. Of course, it's a kind of modeled by humans and used by computers to solve complex problems. It is similar with the chess programming. And machine intelligence that equal or exceed and human intelligence or efficiently at a specific task. So I wanted to sharing with you just a sample example. How is the artificial intelligence just the kind of the tools in any industry, any sectors that we are going to meeting the kind of the artificial intelligence tools which will be which is going to be helpful for our giving the task. Just one of the sampling of this kind of the tools I'm going to sharing with you. This is the kind of the machine learning emission calculation. If we are talking about green just the technology, and it's a kind of the helpful tools for CO2 impact, how we can make in calculation according to different functionality issues, according to different framework of the hours. If we need to just calculation within the 3 hours emission of the CO2, and in the according to region you can find from here, and for example Europe West or Europe maybe north, for example, and then we can make in our computation functionality, and we can find here carbon emitted and the carbon already offset by providers. So it's the kind of the result that is confirmed that how artificial intelligence should help for us for positively for making the any task to be easier within the limited time frame. Then I'm continuing just my presentation. So by talking about general and the superior artificial intelligence, what is the differences? Of course, the general, we know general intelligence here is the machine with a kind of the ability to apply intelligence to fixing any problems rather than just one specific problems. It's just a general context. It's going to, but artificial superior intelligence here is, of course, it's kind of the much smarter than the best human brains. You can making it in the just some specific frame. Well, then we are going to continue smart cities and how is the connection with artificial intelligence. You can find here what is the first smart cities. It's a kind of the urban area, we know about it. It's a kind of the 4 pillars of comprehensive development: institutional, physical, social, economic, infrastructure. It's all of them that together is formulating the smart cities. And here is, of course, the main issue is the purpose of smart cities mission is to drive economic growth and at the same time improvement of the quality of life of the people by application innovative technologies. So impact of AI to smart cities, of course, artificial intelligence, it's one of the key tool how just going to be helpful the science and engineering of making intelligence machines, especially by application of computer programs and the related tasks, how understanding human intelligence. So in another case, smart cities basically utilizing artificial intelligence. The main focus is that how to enhance the quality of life for residents, improve resource management, and foster sustainable development. That is the major just functionality of the artificial intelligence for the smart cities. Of course, here is the by application of artificial intelligence, cities have the opportunity can address complex urban challenges and simplifying operations and creating the vibrant and livable the communities. That is the very important for just the kind of the quality of the life. Then I want to just for making there are such kind of application of artificial intelligence on cities. If we talk about the traffic, every smart city, of course, across the world, using this such kind of planning, special planning, and how formulating the traffic in the city. That is then they are going to apply artificial intelligence opportunities, how mitigating traffic density and accidents in daily life. And in another case, next application of artificial intelligence in this sector of the healthcare. Of course, there are such kind of the statistics we can observe for previous years. So we can find just here is some reports, and the life science organization, including tech providers for healthcare, are using the artificial intelligence. Then, and in homes, of course, home automation, just a smart home. Basically, the people for currently using the smart home opportunities and providing energies by themselves. So, which is the very important, and saving just the family budget for just some specific reason. In aviation, artificial intelligence, of course, have the major role airplane simulation functionalities, which is the focus in simulated the aircraft warfare. In solving social problems, such kind of artificial intelligence tools, technologies, the people are going to be applied, and in the day by day, it's going, and the new artificial intelligence tools recommended for our community. So, application of artificial intelligence on people, of course. Let's sample example, Google Maps. It helps computers in suggesting the shortest route, and by saving the time and money both, and to reaching your giving the address. And ride sharing, it's also the Uber, Lyft opportunities. It's a kind of the result of the artificial intelligence. Voice to text, basically the people using the opportunities of artificial intelligence, and by making the smartphones and Google's voice according to the transferring to text, and which is the helpful to making regarding the study. Personal assistant, basically just the intelligence system like Google now, which is replaced if we need to search in the application of Google to find such kind of artificial intelligence opportunities. Negative impacts of artificial intelligence in smart cities. Of course, it's also the important we need to mention about it. There are several issues such as the invasion of the privacy, power consumption, poor data security. That is also the kind of the negative impacts of artificial intelligence in smart cities. Of course, globally, governments spending hundreds of billions of dollars on smart cities, networking equipment, hiring skilled professionals, and buying new systems, sources. And of course, the global spending on smart cities will probably increase to 135 billion by just during the 1 year period. So it's of course a huge amount of words, and the result, and making some kind of the security reasoning, still we have some negative issues. For future prospects, of course, smart cities have a potential to generate 20 trillion in trillion dollars in economic benefits by 2026. Of course, such kind of the companies are being incentivized to fund smart city projects through green stimulus, the packages, strategies, which is they help reduce their financial risk, financial potentials, and for ancillary income. So smart cities, of course, can use for the artificial intelligence. Of course, here's the major issues to see the effects on the local environment, global warming, and especially pollution level, which is one of the important just the smart cities under environmental sustainable technology. Here's we need just to application of the artificial intelligence, how making just pollution control and energy consumption within the especially the time frame. So finally, we know technology is changing fast and the world is changing with it. And of course, the concept that were more science fiction only a couple of the decades ago, like artificial intelligence, are quickly becoming the commonplace. So I think just in this way, smart city agenda entails improving the citizens' quality of life, strengthening and diversifying the economy, while which is the prioritizing the environmental sustainable through adoption of smart solution. Thank you very much for taking your fruitful time and the listening of my presentation, and kindly wishing the all my best and for all participants of the conferences. Thank you very much for taking your time. Thank you.
So, hi, I was telling you that I want to thank you for staying with us until the end. This honors us and makes us even better than we do at what we do. We hope that this day was an interesting one for you as well, from which you left with us as many new and useful things as possible. This year's edition of the conference, as I said, was initiated with the idea of creating a hub of interdisciplinary knowledge and research from which we can build new partnership, I hope, and write projects together as we did in the past. And we can share valuable scientific papers together as we can see today. Don't forget that I'm here for you and your ideas, and do not hesitate to contact me or one of my colleagues. This year's scientific papers, the 7th edition of the icesba 2023 conference will be published in the ASHRA's journal, the Journal of the University Economic Journal